Welcome to Edge Concepts. If you're new here, my name is Aluko. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to create this portfolio website using React.js. So you'll be able to create this amazing homepage or the landing page which presents the visitor of your website with these options to either visit the section that displays your skills, your projects, your services, or the contacts. So there is no any scrolling that happens on this home section or on this landing page. Right away, if you click there, it takes you to the projects that you have created. It will also take you to a single project details page. That is when you click on a given project, and inside here you'll get the description of the project and the source code. For my case, this is just a practice thing, or I'm doing it to show you how to create it. These are not real projects, but I have a source code for a certain project that I've created for myself. So when I click that, it opens on a different tab, linking you to my GitHub page and containing the source code of the project that I'm displaying, that I'm talking about. That is my personal project for my own practice, which is this one here. So let me know in the comment section if you like me to do the tutorial of something like this. So this is the project that I'm linking to all the projects of this portfolio. That is for the project pages. That. So let me close this. Let me not divert your attention. Then when you come back to the home page, you can do it by if you are at the projects section, whereby you have different projects. For example, I have music streaming website, food delivery website. There is this title that informs the user or the visitor of your website to click on any of these to find more about the project. Then you can close it. When you close by clicking this X, it takes you back to the home page, which is this one here. Then you can also come back to the home page by clicking this logo. Then this is also responsive. I have a mobile simulator extension inside my Chrome browser, so that I'm able to simulate different screen sizes. This is the tablet. This is even a bigger tablet. This is a smaller tablet. That is how the home page is going to look like. Then I have a phone here, Samsung Galaxy S20, Xiaomi, like that. That is how it's going to look like. Then for these other sections, for the skills, it's also responsive, and there is that a smart transition and animation. You can see when I click that, this fades in from the left and fades back like that. So we are going to do all this from scratch, and then later, after the completion of the development of this website, I'm going to push this to GitHub and later connect it to my Netlify that is Netlify page or a portfolio, like that. So I'm going to push this to Netlify from my GitHub pages or a repository, so that I'll be able to access this online. I hope that you're going to stick around and watch me doing this and support my channel. So you can see I have the contact section, and inside the contact section the user is able to visit all this, and this is also responsive. And then it has that animation also. The services, it shows the services that I'll be rendering: the web development, email template development, mobile development, and desktop app development, like that. Then if I visit the skills, I have JavaScript, Java, HTML, CSS, MySQL, like that. So it is a very simple design, a minimal design that I'm implementing, and you can see the colors that I have. I have a gray, dark gray, and white, and that is what I have used all throughout, apart from the project section, which is the images that these images represent the covers of the projects. Enough of introduction, let's move to coding. Welcome back. I have a brand new React.js application in my Visual Studio Code editor. I have also set it running, and I'm able to view it in my Chrome browser right here. As you can see, if you install your React or create a new React.js application using npx, this is what you'll get when you start your app running. So the first thing I'd like you to do is, if you're following along this video, I want you to pause the video, and you can add another terminal here so that we can I install a couple of libraries or components that we shall need to make our project successful. One of them is a frame motion that is going to help us in the animation. So I will install frame motion by just doing npm install frame motion, like that. So let's just wait for it to install, then we shall also install React icons that will provide the icons that we shall need for this particular project. As this is being installed, I want you to visit this link. There is a link here. I'll also leave it in the description of this video. This provides some resources that will also be vital for this particular project. One of them is going to be the images. As you can see, what I have uploaded in this repository are the images. Then there is also data.js. This is containing data arrays of objects that we shall display in different pages of our application later. So I'd like you to visit this link and download these resources. I have already done that, and I have them in my downloads folder. I have unzipped the file. So what I'm going to do is to drag this. The first one I'll start with is the images. So I'll go to my public folder and drag the images folder there. That is going to contain all the images for this particular project. So I'll drag that there. Just give it a time. Yeah, there it is. And then later we shall visit this data.js because I'll need to use it somewhere. So frame motion has been installed, so I'll go ahead and install React icons. So I'll again do npm install React icons. So as this is being installed, I'm going to start creating my components and the pages for this particular application. So what I'm going to do is to create two main folders. One of them is going to contain the components and the other one is going to contain the pages. So I'll come to my src, right click there and create a new folder, and I'm going to call this components, like that. And then I'm also going to right click again to that src and create another folder there known as pages. That is going to contain all the pages. This has been installed. Later, to achieve moving from one page to another, we shall need the React router. So I'm also going to install that. So I'll do npm install React router. You can go ahead and do that also. It's the React router DOM. And hit enter. And then I'll start creating my first component, which is going to be the navigation bar at the top that is going to contain my logo and those three icons that will link to the Facebook, to the Twitter, and also to my GitHub page. So I'll come to my components folder, right click and create another folder there. I'm going to call it header, so that is going to contain my navigation bar, top navigation bar of course. Then in this particular project, as I had mentioned, I'll be using the style components to do my styling. If you are coming from SAS, then this is quite similar to SAS. So I'll do npm install SAS, not SAS, but styled components. Sorry for that. That, I hope that is the right spelling. Then inside my header, I'll create two files. The first one is going to be the JavaScript file or the component file. So I'll call it header.js. And the other one is going to contain the styled components. I think the spelling is wrong there. It should be a full stop, not a comma, like that. And then I'll go ahead and create another file. I can still use this tab there. So this is going to be for the styled components, so I'll call it header.styled then .js, because it's still a JavaScript file, like that. So I think I have all the installs done. If I check my package.json, I should be able to see these libraries. So I have the React router here, then I also have the React styled component is there, frame of motion is there. Let me see if I have the React icons here. I have all of them installed. Good. So let me close that. Then for the header, I'll go ahead and create a functional component here. I have a ES7 extension that allows me to do that. I'll just pass snippets and the boilerplate will be created automatically. So if I write that and hit enter, that will be created. Then for the styled component, I'm going to create the container that is going to contain all my styles. So I'll export a constant known as container. Of course, it should start with a capital letter. This is the same as I'll need a styled component. The ES7 allows me to import it automatically at the top once I hit enter. Then this is going to be a div and then backticks. And then inside this backticks, I'll be able to write all my styles. So let me save that for now. Then I'll come to my header component and import that. So I'll import a container from header.styled.js, like that. And then this container is going to wrap all my elements, so I'll paste that there, like that. So this is going to be my first component, and I'm yet to write the other elements. What I want to do is to proceed to my pages folder. I can minimize that. Then I'll go to my pages and create a subfolder here. I'll call it home page because this is going to be my first page and it's going to be my home page, like that. Then I'll create two files here. The first one is going to be homepage.js, like that. I keep confusing a full stop with the comma. Then I'll also go ahead and create the styled component file. So I'll hit that. I'll just going to call it homepage.styled then .js, like that. So the same thing that I did to the header, let me export a constant known as a container. It should start with a capital letter. Then this is going to be styled. If I hit enter, it will be imported automatically at the top. Then it's going to be a div, then backticks. Then inside the backticks, I'm going to write all my styles. Then what I want to do is to go to the home page and create a functional component, in fact an arrow function. Then if I hit enter, that will be created. Then I'll need to import my styled component here. So import container, it's a named export from homepage.styled.js, like that. Then I'm going to copy that and paste it here, save it. So the first thing that I want to do is to create my first div here. So I'm going to call it homepage. There is a reason why I'm trying to nest this, because the framer motion doesn't work with these styled components, so it will only work with the native divs. That's why I'm creating that again there. So I'll pass my header, because it is going to appear in all my pages, so it's going to appear in this page, so I will pass it there. ES7 will import it automatically at the top. That is the extension. Let me just navigate back to my running terminal, so that I'm able to see if there are any errors like that, so that if I save, it should reload. Now if I navigate back to the browser, you'll find that nothing has happened, because I'm yet to run the home page. So before I do that, I'll start by implementing the routing. So I'll go to index.js and implement my routing here. For the first component that I need from the React router is going to be the browser router. So I'm going to import that from React router DOM. So this one here. So if I control space, this is what I need. Then I come inside here and pass my browser router there. Then I'm going to enclose my application inside this browser router. Then if I save the changes, it's compiling. I'll also go to the home page, not the home page, but the app page, which is the entry point of my application. What I want to do right now is to clear everything, and then I'll create my functional component from scratch like that. I don't need this, so I'll clear that. I only need to import some elements from the React router, which is this one here. The first one is going to be the routes, this one here. I'll also need the route component, which is this one here. It's from React router. I forgot to do that. Then I'll come down here and pass my routes like that. Then inside here I'll have the routes to different pages, so I'll create my first route like that. Then I'll need to pass to the path. This is going to be the path attribute. This is going to be for the home page. Then the element, let me pass the element prop. Then I'll pass the element that I want to be displayed when I visit this route. It's going to be the home page, which is that one. It will be imported automatically at the top if you're using the ES7 extension like that. So it's compiling. I'll have many other routes being created, or I'll create them later. So if I navigate to my browser right now, you can see the header is being displayed, because this is the only thing that I'm running in my home page, which is this header component. And if you visit the header component, this is what I have. So it's time to start working on this header component. So the first section that I'll work on is the logo. So I'll create the logo div here. Inside the logo, I want an h1 tag, and inside this h1 tag I'll have an image. I have a small image that is going to represent my logo, and I have done that previously. That is dragged my folder and dropped it inside my public folder. And if you navigate to the logo, I have two files here. I have one.png and two.png. So just to test this, let me just close the other files, like this homepage. Let me close the index. Let me close the app.js and the homepage.styled, and let me also close this. So for a start, I'll just test the images by passing the images folder. Then inside the images I need to go to the logo subfolder. Then inside the logo subfolder I'm going to run one.png. so if I save this, this should be displayed in my browser. You can see it's here. Because it's white in color, you're not able to see it, you're only able to see the edges. Then the other thing that I forgot to do is to create my CSS variables. That for this case now it's going to be the style sheet variables. So what I'm going to do, inside my components folder, I'm going to create a file and I'll name it global styles. Global styles .js, like that. Then this inside these global styles I want to import a component from the style component, and this is known as a create global styles, which is this one here. You can see it has automatically imported that from the style component. Then I'm going to export this so that I'm able to access it in the different parts of my application. So I'll export a constant known as global styles, like that, and I'll run this create global styles component, like that, then backticks. Then inside here I'll be able to pass my variables. I'll just need to pass a root. Then inside here I'll be able to write all my variables. So I'll start with the colors. So let me just write a comment there, sorry. Then I'll call that colors. So the first one I'm going to have will be called the primary color, and this primary color is going to be RGBA, then 99, 101, then 109. Then the other one I'll call it secondary. The secondary color is just going to be white, so let me call it secondary, like that. Then I'll just pass a white color here. Then the other one I want is I'll name it light gray, like that. And this is going to be an hex code also, CC, C, like that. And then I'll also need some overlay colors, so I'll just call it overlay. You can just copy what I'm doing, then I'll explain it later. For the overlay, it's just going to be an opacity of black, so I'm going to use RGBA. Then black is going to be 0, 0, 0. For a start it's going to be 0.5. maybe I can adjust it later or not. Then I'll also need a box shadow, so let me create that color. I'll just call it box shadow, like that. And this is also going to be black, so I'll just have RGBA, sorry, that 0.5. Then I'll have the dimensions there. It will start with a 0 px, then followed by 4 px, then finally it will have 12 px, like that. And then that is it for the colors. The only thing that is remaining for these variables is going to be my border radius, so I can name it dimensions. This is a simple application. I hope that is the correct spelling of dimensions. So what I need here is a box shadow, like that. And then not box shadow but border radius. Sorry for that, I have already done the box shadow like that. The border radius is going to be 8 pixels. Then I'll save that. Remember, I have exported that, so I'll be able to use it in my application. Now, to be able to provide these variables to the whole application, I'll go to the entry point, which is going to be index.js, and I'll import that. So I'll come here and import global styles. It's a named export, so I need to have it inside the brackets. So it's these global styles, which is from components, then global styles file. Then I'll save it like that. Let me close it. Maybe before I close it, I need to render it here, just inside the browser router. So let me just paste it there like that, and it will be available to my whole application. So like right now, I can go to the home page. So let me just minimize the header. Let me close the header. Let me close the index.js. Then I'll navigate to the home page, which is this one here. And then for the home page, I have this container. And then what I can do is to give the container background color, which is going to be the variable that I have done in the global styles. The background color for the home page is going to be primary color like that. So if I save this and navigate back to the browser, you can see that has been implemented like that. So that is what I wanted. Let me just close this Spotify. I was listening to some music. So what I can do next is try to remove the default styles that the application comes with. So I'm going to my index.css, which is going to be my global style. And then instead of having home here, I'll have everything. So I'll pass an asterisk there. Then I'll also say that padding is 0, and the box sizing is border box like that. So if I save this, you'll realize that the white space will be gone. It's still loading. It's taking some time to reload that. Let's just wait for it. Yeah, it has loaded, and you can see the white spaces are gone. Good. So I'll now start working on my header in the right way, so that we are able to display what the application is finally going to have. So I'll navigate back to the header folder. I'll also minimize that space. Then I'll split my editor so that I have the style sheet on the other side and the component on the other side. So I have the logo. The other one is going to be the links. So I'll just call them links like that. And then inside these links, I need to get some icons from the React icons library. For now, I'll close this. I'll just type React icons. Then I'll visit this page. The first icon that I need is the GitHub, so I'll come here and search for GitHub, and you can see I'll be supplied with a different or a variety of icons. So the one that I'm interested in is this one here. So I'll just click that and it will be copied. So I'll come to my header and import the icon. So you import it as a named export from React icons, which is this one here. You have to pass the subfolder that is containing the icons, because React icons is a variety of icons from different libraries. We have the bit icons, bootstrap, font awesome, all those. So you have to specify where the icon is coming from, and if you want to know that, you just look at the first letters of the name of the icon. For this case we have AI, so the folder is going to be small AI, like that, this there. Then these icons are going to be links, so I'll have to pass an anchor link there because it's going to be an external link. The link component from the React router will not work here. So inside this I'll now pass the icon, like that. So if I save this, it should be available in my browser. It's down here. You're not able to see it because I haven't done the styling. Then if you look at the terminal, you can see some warning here that is saying that this requires a value to be accessible, so that you'll be able to navigate to that. Yeah, you can see here. So for the GitHub, I'm going to link my GitHub page. So let me just do GitHub, like that, so that I'm able to get the correct link to my GitHub page, which is this one here. If I open load more repositories within my GitHub repository, I should be able to navigate to the repository that is containing my homepage for the GitHub. It's this one. Where is it? The one that has my name. Let me just search for it. It's the one that has let me copy this and paste it there. So this will link you to my GitHub page, which is this one here. You're able to see my profile like that. So I'll copy this and paste it here in the href, like that one. So that way my icon, this GitHub icon, is able to link you there. You can see the warning is gone. The reason why I want to clear these warnings in prior is because later we shall push this to GitHub, and I'll connect that repository to the Netlify page, so that I'm able to access this online. We are able to access it as a website. Then I'll copy this and paste it here, so that I have 3 links. The other one is going to be Facebook, so I'll close that for now. And then I'll search for Facebook here. I have Facebook from this folder BS bootstrap, so I'll go to my editor and import that. So I'll import this from React icons. Sorry about that. This needs to be in quotes, and it is from the BS. Then I'm importing from that. Then I'll copy it again and paste it here. Then I'll also do the Twitter, so I'll go here and search for Twitter. For Twitter, I'll just take this one here, which is AI. AI is just the same as the one for GitHub, so I'll just paste it here because I'm importing from the same folder. Then I'll also paste it here, then save the changes. They're saying that they can't resolve React icon stroke BS Facebook. supposed to be like that. There was a space in between which was posing that error. Good, it's gone. So if I navigate to the browser, I'm able to see all my icons are there. So the next thing that I want to do is to do the styling. Later I will do conditional rendering so that we shall be able to have a different logos being displayed. Like for the home page, it has this grayish background color. For all other pages are going to have a white background color, and therefore this white logo is not going to work. So maybe before I do the styling, I can have a different classes here to represent my logos. So for the image, instead of displaying only one image, I'm going to depend on the route. To be able to access the route, I'll go back to my routing file, which is the app.js, and import a hook that is going to help me access the routing. So I'll just come here and create a constant known as a location, so that I'm able to check where I am, the route that I'm in. So this is going to be the use location hook. It will be imported automatically with the help of the ES7 extension. You can see it has imported it from React Router DOM. Then I will call it like that. Then what I want to do is access some properties of this location, which is going to be an object, and the properties that I'll be accessing are going to be the part name. In fact, the place where I need to use this hook is not here. It's supposed to be the header, because that is where I'm going to toggle the logo images and also the colors, so that I'm able to access different colors at different routes. So I'm going to reverse this. Let me just reverse this here. Sorry for that. Like that. Let me save it. I'll just close that. So I'll come here and create a constant known as location, like that, and I'll equate this to the use location hook. Make sure you import it from the React Router DOM. For my case, I don't need to do that. ES7 will import it automatically for me. You can see it has been done. Then I'll start doing the conditional rendering. Let me just minimize that. For the images, if I'm at the home page, I want to display the image, which is this first one here. So to be able to go back to JavaScript, I need to enclose this with the curly braces or the curly brackets like that. Then I'll say that if the location dot part name is the same as the home page, remember the home page is this one here, that one. If that is the case, then I want to display this first image. I'm going to use the backticks here, like that. But if that is not the case, then I'll display the other image, which is a grayish, that is 2.png. So I'll give the second condition there, which is also going to be backticks. So I'll just copy this like that and paste it there. You're going to see the power of this later, like that. So as you can see right now, the white image is still being displayed. And then for the links, I'll also want the links to have different colors depending on the route or the page. Right now I have this grayish background, and therefore I expect my links to be white. So I'll have different class names depending on the route. So I'll come here to the links, which is this one here. Instead of passing that class as links, I'll have the curly braces there and say that if location.partName is the same as home page. Then I'll have a class here known as I have backticks here. I'll have a class known as home links, like that. I need to pass a question mark there. But if it's a different case, then I'll have another class known as just links, that links. So let me save that. Then I can go ahead and style, that is I can style these links, home links separately and the links separately. I'll also style my header. So for the header, I'll also need to have a class here, which is just the same as what I'm doing here. So I'll just copy this, like that, because I expect my H1 to have different colors depending on the route. So I'll call this home header. Let me just call it H1, and I'll call this H1 as a class, not as an element, like that. Then I'll save that. So let's go ahead and style that inside the header. So I'll come here, I'll start with the logo. So dot logo. For the logo, I'll just because the logo has an H1, I'll deal with the home H1, and I'll have the colors white. The white color, remember we call it secondary, so I'll just pass secondary here. That. Then my logo is going to have the image, and it's also going to have text, which is going to have my name. So the A is represented by the image, like that. So if I navigate back, you can see I have a white text and I have this image there. Then the other thing I need to work on inside the H1 is the image now. Sorry for this file that is being created. So inside the home H1, I have an image there. What I want for the image is the width. So let me just reduce the size to 20px, like that. That reduces the size of the image, like that. And then the whole header, I want it to have a padding of 32px top bottom and 64 pixel, that is left right. And then I'll work on the H1. Remember, this is home H1. I'll now move to H1, which will be on this side. So dot H1. Then for the color, I want this to be primary because it's going to lie on the whiter background later on a different route. That. And then for the image remains the same, so it's only going to be toggled by the conditional rendering, like that. And then I'll now move to the links. I'm done with the logo. So the first link is going to be this home link. So I'll just paste it there. I'll have the anchor links there. For the anchor links, I want the color to be, for the home link, the color is going to be white, so the white color was secondary. That is for the home page. So I'll pass my variable and then secondary color, like that. Then The other thing I need for the home link, I need to specify the display, so I'll have a display as a flex. Then I'll have a gap in between my icons. I'll give it a gap of 24 pixel px. Then I also need to reintroduce the display here, so that is going to be flex. Then I want to align my items horizontally, so I'll align the items at the center like that. Then let me save this and see how the application is coming up for now. Good, like that. And then I also need to justify so that I have a space in between the logo and the links. So I'll just do justify content space between, like that. Good. So you can see I have white icons and they have a white logo like that. And then I'll proceed and work on the other section of the homepage. For now, the header is okay. Maybe before I do that, I have forgotten to work on the links, so I'll come down here and do the links so that I can also give them some styling. What I'm going to do is just to copy what I have inside here and change a few things. For the color, it's going to be primary, that is for the white background, but everything else remains the same. You're going to see the power of that later. So I'm going to close the header and start working on the home page. So I'll come back and open my home page, which is this one here, together with its style sheet. So I'll minimize that. Then I'll also split my editor so that I have the styling on the other side and the component on the other side. So I have this home page. I need to have some overlay because I'll have a white background, I mean white elements running on this grayish background, so I want to make it darker. So what I'm going to do is to create another div here, which I'm going to call overlay, like that. Then I'll pass the header inside. Then I'll need to have the hero that is going to contain my text and the buttons that are going to lead me to different routes of my application, so that it's going to direct my users. So inside this hero section, I need to have a h1, which is going to say click the sections below to discover more about me, like that. Then below the header, I'll need to have a div that is going to act as a grid, so I'll call this options, like that. Then inside these options, I'm going to have different links, so I'm going to utilize the link component from the React router DOM, so that I'll be able to navigate to different routes by clicking on those links. So the link component is a capital L, which is this one. So if I click that, it will be imported at the top. You can see it has been imported from the React router DOM. So I just need to complete this. Sorry about that. This is supposed to be link, so I need to specify where I'm linking this to. For the first case, it's going to be called projects. Then inside these projects, I need to have the text here known as projects, just like that, and I'll save that. So I'm going to have several of them. One is going to be projects, the other one is going to be skills, and the other one is going to be services and also contacts. So I'll have skills, then I'll have services, then I'll have contacts, or contact me, like that. Let me just call it contacts. So for the, let me save this and maximize this, like that. So for the skills, it will be stroke skills. Sorry about that. Then for the services, I'll just copy that and paste it there. Contacts the same, copy that and paste it there. Then I'll be creating all these routes one by one. So I need to style this. I also need to style my homepage. So for the homepage, I want this homepage to have a background image. So I'll come to my container, I'll pass my homepage div. First thing is a background image, which is this one here, and then URL. This is going to be images. The background image is inside this background subfolder, which is that's bg.png. So let me minimize that. So it's going to be images, then background, then it's going to be bg.png, like that. I hope this is will be displayed. So if I head back to the browser, you can see that is displayed good. So I now need to do the styling. So first thing is to set the minimum height, which is going to be 100 view height. And then the other thing, I don't want the images to repeat, so background repeat, I want it to be none, no repeat, like that. And then background size for the start, I want the background size to be 22%, like that. Then I'll also position my image to be on the left side of the screen, this section here. So to do that, I'll say that the background position, let me check, where is that? It's here. The background position for the horizontal, I want it to be 22%, but for the vertical I want it to be 100 so that it lies at the bottom. So I'll set it to 100, like that. If I save this, you should be able to see the changes. Yeah, so this is what I want. I want the image to lie at this section, and this background really looks bigger, so I can reduce it maybe to 20. Oh. Yeah, let me just reduce this. It's the size, not the position. Let me make it 18% maybe. This is size, background size, not color, background size, sorry for that. So if I make it 18, it becomes much smaller, so let me take it back to 22. Good, that way. So I need an overlay so that I'm able to write a white background, I mean elements on that. So I'll go to the overlay, which is this one here. So overlay is inside the homepage. That is why I said the style components are similar to SAS. So I'll just set a background color here. Let me just call it background. Then I'll pass the CSS variable that is playing, specifying my overlay background. I named it overlay, if I remember very well, like that. So if I save this, I should be able to see the changes. Yeah, you can see that. Then what I want to do is to make sure that the height of this is 100%, so that it covers the whole page. It's not picking that. Let me make it 100 VH. That is 100 view height, like that. Now it's working good. So I'll now start working on my hero section, which is inside the overlay. So I'll just copy this and go to the overlay. I'll have my hero there. I'll make the display to be flex, but the flex direction is going to be column, so that I'll have the title at the top. So flex direction column. I'll also have a gap of let me just have a gap in between my elements of 5 view height, like that. Then I'll align items at the center. I think the spelling is wrong, like that. So if I save this, you should be able to see the changes, like that. Then the other thing I want to do is have some padding at the top. So padding top, I'll just make it let me make it 15 view height. Maybe more, maybe 20, so that it looks better, like that. Then I'll make the color to be white. So I'll say that the colors of hero is going to be white. Remember, I named my white as a secondary, like that. They should be reflected. Good. Maybe I need to give this H2 some maximum width. So max width here for H2. I need to specify the H2, of course. Let's say max width. Let me give it a max width of 30 view width of my screen. That good. Then I also work on this other section, which is the options. So for the options, which is also inside the hero, first I'll give it a display of grid, like that. Then the other thing that I'll need here is to specify the, that styling. So I'm going to create my pattern, which is going to be create template areas, this one here. So the top section, let me just close this. The top section, I want it to have of course 3 columns, that is 1, 2, then 3, then also 2 rows. Is it 2 rows or 3? 3 rows also. So what I'm going to do, the first section is going to have element called 1, then it is going to have element 2, so I'll specify that is 2. Then the second row is going to have element 1, but on the other section, the other column is going to start with the element 3, so I'll just call this 3. Then finally I want the last element to cover everything, so I'll have the last one, which is going to be 4, like that, covering the whole row, like that. So if I save this, you can see the alignment will look like that. Then inside the options, I have the children, which is going to be the anchor links. So I'll pass this. First thing I need is to style these anchor links. I will first give it I'll give it first thing I need to do before I even do the grid template areas is to do the grid template columns, so that I'm able to specify the number of all columns that I want, which is going to be a repeat of 2, then 1 FR, like that. So if I save this, you should be able to see the changes. I have 3 columns, I mean 4. Then for my anchor links, I'll give it a background color. For the background, I'll do a linear gradient, and I'll be using the angles, so I'll set it to 45 degrees, and it will start with the primary color, which is primary, of course, this one here. Then it will go to secondary color. Let me just copy this variable and make the adjustments, because I need 3 of them. Then it will go to secondary, and the other one just remains like that. So if I save this, I hope it starts to take shape, yeah, like that. Then the other thing that I want to do is to give my options grid container some width. So I'll just give it a width of 30 view width, like that. And I'll give it a height. Let me give it a height of a half of the width, so it's going to be 15 view width. Not view height, but view width. Why is it doing that? The reason why it's behaving like that is because I have done this outside the options from nowhere, like that. Yeah, so this is what I want. Then I'm also going to give it some gap of 8 pixel. I hope this is wide enough. Then I'll give the anchor links some radius, so border radius is the one that I specified, so it's going to be a variable known as border radius. All that I specified in the global styles, like that. This should be reflected. So I'm not going to do this in a hurry. I want everything to be step by step. It's not being reflected here. I think the problem could be the spelling. So if I navigate back to my global styles, which is inside my components folder, this one here, this was the spelling. Let me copy it and paste it here and save it. Is it working? Now I'm already pressing the links and it's taking me nowhere. The border radius doesn't seem to be working. I just need to do some debugging. Maybe the spelling is wrong. So border radius is the variable. Still not working. Let me just put it 8, then I shall work on that later. 8px. Then the other thing I want to do on the anchor links is give it a display of flex, so that I'll be able to align my text horizontally. So display is going to be flex, and then align item center. Then also justify content center, so that this will be aligned horizontally. Then I need to give it a color. The color that I'm going to give to this is going to be primary color, so I'll pass my variable for the color, which is going to be primary, like that. And then I'm also going to remove the decoration, so text decoration, I'm going to set it to none. And then maybe, is this so small? I'll introduce a font weight. I'm not copying this code from any screen, that is why you can see I'm very slow. I'm doing everything from scratch and reasoning as I code along. So I'll make it bold, like that. Yeah. So I need to proceed and do my styling so that there is no uniform alignment in between the borders or in between the gaps. That is what I'm going to do next. So I'm going to start working on each element. So I'll start with the anchor link, end of type, I hope I'm doing it the right way. End of type 1, I want it to have a grid area of 1, so I'll come and specify grid area, which is this one here, then paste that, sorry, like that. So if I save this, yeah, you can see it's taking all that section. Then I'm just going to copy these and specify the others because there are 4. So type 2, end of type 2 is going to have 2, like that. Then 3 is going to have 3. Then 4 is going to have 4. The end child of type 4. So everything has been done, and this is what I wanted for our homepage. So basically this is how the homepage is going to look like. That is for the larger screen. I know this is a very dark color and it's somehow shouting, but it looks better. Maybe I also need to do some anchor links to the logo so that when you are on any page and you click on the logo, it should take you to the home page. So to achieve that, I'll come back to the header. We shall be navigating to different components at different times, going back and coming back like that. So I'll come back to the logo and enclose everything with the anchor link. Or what I can do, instead of having this h1, I can just have it as a like that, an anchor link. And instead of an anchor link, let me use the link component from the React router DOM, because this is going to be the navigation within the application. And then what I'm going to do is going back to the styling of the h1, which is this one here. And then what I want is to increase the font size. I'll make it 20 px. I hope this increases it to the size of the image. Not enough. Let me make it maybe 25. 25 somehow. Let me take it to 32. Yeah, let me take it to 32. See if this is going to have those changes. Maybe 30. Then font weight, just make it bold. That. Then for the decoration, I want to remove that, so text decoration, I'll set it to none. That. I'll save that. Then I'll copy all these and paste it here. That. So it looks better. So you can see when I hover here, the link is displayed down here to the home page, like that. Good. So these are the anchor links to different sections. So when the user visits my portfolio, this user doesn't need to scroll anything, because everything is made available to him or her in the home page. He's able to, if he's interested in the projects that I have done, he'll just click here. If this user is interested in my skills, he'll click there. The services that I offer, he'll click there. Then if it is the contact, or this user wants to contact me, he or she will just click on this section, and he or she will be directed to the specific route that contains that. So the next thing that I want to start working on, maybe before I open the route for the projects, because that is going to be my first tab, the projects, then I'll move to skills and services. I need to work on the what I call it responsiveness, so that this is going to appear good on different screen sizes. So I have an extension on my Chrome browser known as Mobile Simulator, and this extension allows me to try my web page on different devices that look like real devices. As you can see right now, I have a mobile phone here, and if I click on this, you can see the one that is active is a iPhone 12 Pro, and you can see how horrible my homepage looks like. So I'm going to start with the largest tablet, which is this Microsoft Surface Duo, and you can see if I close that, it looks just okay, because it is almost the same as the size of a laptop. Then there is this one here, that is the display for the laptop. You can see how it looks like. I don't need to do any modification, everything looks clear. And then if I move to a smaller tablet, which is this one, you can see the dimensions 884 to 1104. I need to do some modifications here. So anything that is below this 11,000 pixel, I'll start adjusting the dimensions there. So I'm going to my home page, which is this one here. First of all, I'm going to minimize close the component. I'll also close that, and I'll just remain with the homepage style sheet, or the style component, which is this one here. Then I'll also close that. And then what I want to do is to have two sections for the same styled component, like that. Then for this section, I'm going to navigate to the bottom, like that, down here. This is where I'm going to start my screen responsiveness, like that. So I'll start with the screen that is of max width, maximum width of 11,000 pixel px. That is for the larger tablets, like that. First thing that I want to do is to adjust the background size. So where is the background size? It's around here. I want to move it to 50, so I'll just copy this. And then down here it is the home page, so I'll adjust the background size to be let me make it 50 and see how it will appear on that tablet, which is this one here. You can see the increase in the size of my image. Then I also want this image to be at the center, so what I'm going to do is also adjust the background position to be 100. So I'll just paste it there and remove this. So if I save that, you can see it's taken to the center. Sorry about that. Not 100, but like that. I need to specify both horizontal and vertical, like that. And then instead of making it 100, let me make it 50. So that way it's going to appear at the center of my tablet, like that. Everything else looks better. Maybe I just need to adjust this H2 and the width of the options section. So I'm going to the hero section, that is overlay then hero. So I'll copy the overlay, then come here, do the overlay, and then inside the overlay I need to pass the hero, like that. Then inside the hero I need to work on the H2, and I'll adjust the max with it. So I'll say that max with it, instead of having 30, I'll have 50, like that, percent. View with it, of course, not percent. So I hope this works as intended, like that. Then I'll also adjust the options. So options are right down here. I'll copy that and paste there. Then I'll say that the width is going to be 50 view width, like that. That is how it looks like. I'll also have to adjust the height. So I'm going to say that the height is going to be half of that, which is going to be 25 view width. Yeah, it looks better. And then if I test this with the smallest tablet, which I hope is this one here, 768, doesn't seem to be loading. The reason is because I have navigated to a route. It just looks better even on a smaller tablet. So I now move to the mobile phones. As you can see, the smallest one here is the iPhone 5, which has a dimension of 320. That is the width, but we have others at a 320 also, that is iPhone SE. iPhone X has 375, 380. So anything below the size of this tablet, I'm going to adjust those changes so that it fits these mobile phones. So what is the size of this tablet? It's a 768. So I'm going to work with a 760, and I'm targeting the smallest phone, which is iPhone 5, this one here. You can see how it looks like right now. So I also need to adjust the header. So maybe before I do the header, let me just proceed with the home page. So I'm going to copy everything from here downwards, like that. I'll copy that, then paste it down there. Then I'm going to adjust this to 760. Then instead of home page having a width of 50, let me see if, yeah, the width is just okay, and the position is also okay. So I'm going to clear this, I don't need it. Then for the title, instead of having 50 view with it, I'm going to have it at 90, and same to this one, and this is going to be 45. Now let me just have it as 30. It looks better, but somehow too wide. Let me make it 70. That, yeah, it looks better. Then let me work on the header. This is quite small, maybe I'll make it 40. View with it like that. Good. It looks better now. So to work on the header, I'll just close this, then I'll open my header, which is this element here. So I'm going to close that so that I have enough working space, and then I'll scroll down there, then I'll introduce my media screen there. It's going to have marks with it, which is supposed to be inside the brackets. (760 pixel), because the only section that I have issues with the header is this smaller screen. Others are just okay. That's why I'm starting from there, so I need to pass and there. Then the header has this padding. I want to reduce it to 32 pixel all round, 32 px like that. So if I save that, you'll be able to save some adjustments. You can see that. Yeah. And then the other thing I want to do is these two, that is the links, because I want to change the gaps. So I don't need the coloring, and I don't need the flex display. I only need to change this to 12, and also this I'm going to clear that and change this to 12 like this. Right. So if I navigate back, this is how the application looks like on a smaller mobile phone. The same dimensions. If I go to iPhone X, which has 375, you can see how it looks like. If I navigate to maybe Samsung 360, I think I need to adjust the image because it looks quite small. I want it to be bigger enough. So what I'm going to do is go back to the home page, which is this one here, and inside the smaller screen, which is this one here, I need to work on the background size. So I'll copy that, come down here for the home page and adjust it maybe to 70. I hope 70 will not be extra big. 70 still not working. Let me put it 80. Put it at 80 like that. So if I navigate to different screen sizes, you can see how this responds. Like that. 414 display, that is how it looks like. The smaller one, which is the iPhone 12, it's much bigger. Like that. Yeah. If I go to different tablets, this is how it looks like. I think for the tablet I also need to adjust that to fit these other tablets. Maybe I can make this to 60. Sorry. Yeah, so it will look like that, but on a laptop it looks like that. So I think I'm done with the home page. The only thing that I'll come back and do in the home page will be the animations, which I'll implement using a frame of motion. So I'm now going to start working on my next route, which is going to be the products. Sorry for that. This is my OBS studio that is facilitating the recording. Just checking if the recording is working. Sorry for that. Next time I'll improve on my recording skills so that I don't need to take you to my recorder. So let's close everything and tidy up the editor so that we don't create any form of confusion. I'll close that public folder. I'll close the components. The only folder that I'm interested with for now is the pages folder, so that I'll be able to create another page. So I'll come there and right click, then I'll create a folder known as projects, so that I'll be able to share the projects that I have created with my users. So I'll create a folder known as projects. Then inside this projects folder, let me minimize the home page, I'll create a file known as projects.js, capital P. Then I'll also create the style sheet for the same, so I'll create a file known as projects.styled.js, like that. For this I'm going to create a constant that is going to export my styled components. So I'll export a constant known as container, and this is what I'll be doing to all the other components that I'll be creating. And this container is supposed to be a constant, of course, and I want to attach this or equate this to a styled component, so it will be imported at the top. Then it's going to be a div element, like that. The first div or a class or element that I'm going to have will be known as a project. So let me just have it here. I haven't done any styling. I'll copy it and come to my home page, create a functional component, and I'll also import my styled component. It's called container. Make sure you import it like that. Then inside here I'll have a div which I named projects. I'm nesting this because it will help me with the frame of motion. You'll see it later, so I'll paste that there, save it like that. Then inside this I need to pass here the header. So I'll just have my header component here. Make sure you import it at the top. So if I type header, this time around my ES7 extension is not helping me to do that. So I'll just go there and import it myself. It is not a named export, so I'll just pass it here as a header, like that. And it's from the style, the components folder, which is this one here. So I need to go to other levels, which is this components. Then inside the components there is a folder known as header, and I'm importing it from the header file, like that. So if I save this and navigate back to my routing file, which is this one here, I need to create the route for my projects. So I'll copy this, paste it down there, then I'll have this as my projects, like that. And the element is going to be projects also, which is this one here. This time around the ES7 extension is helping me to import that at the top, like that. Then I'll save it. So if I go to the browser and let me do away with the responsiveness and click projects, you can see I'm being taken to this page. I don't know why my styling is disappearing. I'll work on that later. Then now that the navigation is working, I'll close the app.js. I'll also close that. And the other thing that I'll need to have is a grid display. at the bottom here, so that I'll be able to, you know, have a great display of all the projects that I have created and share it to my users. So to be able to do that, I'll need to create a component that will be I can reuse, or reusable. Sorry for my stammering, because the term is very difficult for me to mention. You can bear with me. So what I'm going to do is to navigate to the components folder and create another component here known as a grid, that is going to contain all the displays for the grid, or act as a grid display for all the components. I can use it anywhere. Then I'll create a grid.js, like that. I'll also create a style sheet for my grids. I'll call it grid.styled .js, like that. And then my grid file, I'm going to create a functional component here, and then I'll navigate to the grid.style.js and export a styled component here known as a container. So container, like that. This is going to be a style.div, that. This is going to be backticks, and I want the display to be grid, like that. For a start, I'm going to give it a margin of let me give it a margin of 64 pixel, then 20 view with it. That is for the largest screen that I'm going to have. And then grid template columns, I'm going to have 3 of them. So I'll repeat, 3 of them that are same in size, 3 then 1 fr, sorry, like that. Inside this, I'm going to have a card. So I'll have a class of card that is going to have a display of flex, and flex direction of column, like that. Sorry, like that. Then I'll come to my grid and create these components. So first I need to import my style sheet, so I'll import a container from grid.style.js. Then I'll have to pass it here, like that. Then inside this I have a card, so card div, sorry for the spelling mistake, like that, typing error. I think that is what I have, so I'll just minimize this and try to split my screen, like that. Yeah, it's a card for the grid, of course. So this card is going to have a title and the icon and the name. So for the icon, first of all, I'll be doing a props drilling here, because it's only going to be 2 levels. I'll call this data, and the icon is going to come from the React Icons library. I have already imported that. That's the reason why I told you to import some or download some information from my GitHub repo that I'm now using here. There seems to be a mistake in typing here. I don't know where that is coming from. It's supposed to be like that, and this is going to be data.icon. Shall come to that later. So this is my grid component that I'll be using in different sections of my application, for the services, for the skills, and for the contacts. I did confuse you that I'm going to use the grid for the projects, but I'm not going to use it for this project section because the projects is having images, and these other sections is not having images, it's only having icons, and that is going to take us a lot of time to set up. So let me now work on the projects, then I'll come to the grid later. So what I'm going to do is close this grid for now. I'll revisit that later. Then I'll split the screen so that I have this and the other section. Then I'll start with these projects and say that I want the display to be flex, like that, and I want the flex direction to be column, so that I have the head at the top and the other section at the bottom. Then inside these I'm going to have a grid, and this grid is only going to work for these projects. For the other sections, I mean the other routes, I'll be using the pre-made grid from my components folder. Then this is going to have a card, and maybe before I do that, I told you that you should import some files from the link that I gave you initially. It's going to be available in the description of this video. I did downloaded this, and that is going to be data.js. So what I'm going to do is to drag this data.js and take it to my components folder, which is this one here. So I'll drag this and drop it to my components folder, and there it is. Now this data.js contains different information. One of them is going to be the information of all the projects that I have. You can see I have a music streaming website, and the image for cover for that website is this one here. Then for the skills, the reason why I'm not going to use the pre-made grid for the projects is because here I have images and here I have names, so there's that confusion, and the naming they're not matching. But for the skills and the services, you can see the properties of the objects are just the same, but those properties are different from those of the project. So I'm going to import this data. I pre-made this. For the icons, these icons are just variables, and I have imported them from the React Icons library. I did showed you how to do that. As you can see, I have the skills icons here, I have the services icons down there, then lastly I have the contacts icons there. So I'll import these projects. So what I'm going to do is close this data for now. Then I'll go to my projects folder and import the projects data. It is a named export. So this is going to come from my components folder, which is going to be 2 levels up, which is this one here. Then it's going to come from data.js like that. Then I want to display my objects here. This is going to be the array iteration method known as a map. So I'm going to use the map method so that I'll be able to iterate over the objects and access all the information of the objects and display them here. So I'm going to have item to represent the single object, which is going to be the project. Then I'm going to have another argument, which is going to be the index of every product that is object that is available there. Then I'm going to return a card. I'm going to call this a div a card like that. The first one is going to be image, img, sorry for that. I'm going to display an image here, and the image is going to be of course I need to use JavaScript here, backticks. So this is going to be from the images folder. Then inside the images folder I have subfolder known as projects, that is containing the images for the projects, this one here. So let me minimize that. So it's projects, then stroke the name of the image, which is going to be a variable, and that is going to be item dot the property was image, like that. So if I save that, this should be reflected in the browser. If everything is fine, you can see all the images are there, like that. Then the other thing that I need here is going to be the title. So for the title, I'm just going to have a paragraph, and this is going to be item dot name. That specifies the name of the project. So if I save that, you can see this text here that represents the name. Something seems to be off with my styling of the header. I need to fix that very fast. So let me locate the header, which is this one here. I need to work on that. In my header, I had a different conditional rendering here. I remember I was able to work on the link for the images. I forgot to do that, so I needed to put this as a homepage 2. I mean image 2, so you can see the color is changing back like that. Then the other thing that I forgot to do is maybe to style home 1 or home 2. Let me just use this here. I use the backticks like that so that it's uniform. I hope the styling is also okay. Then for the classes, I'm just going to move away from the backticks and use the strings naturally the way they are, like that. Then I did style the home links, but I forgot to do the links, so I hope that could be the problem. I don't know if that is the right spelling. Yeah, it was links. So you can see here is links, but in my styling I did link, so just add s there and everything should respond well. It's not responding. Let me refresh. Still not responding. Just go back. We need to fix this. These bugs are part of the coding process. So I've said that if the part name is the same as home, I'll have this as my class, but if the part name is different from this home, then I'll have links as my class. So I need to fix that. Just give me a minute so that I can fix this. So I'll come to head and try to copy this the way it is. Maybe it should be my typing error. Copy it there and also paste it there, like that, and save it. Now the easiest way to I think the reason why that is happening is because my title, I mean image, is not being styled. This one here. So I forgot to do the styling for the image of H1. I've now discovered where the problem was. So I need to copy this image with it and pass it here. It is the image that was causing that error. So if I save that, you can see the image reduces to a normal size. So you can now see that this is working, and we have different color here that is contrasting well with the white color. So if I go back to the home page, it is white, but if I go to the projects, it is a grayish like that. So that is what I wanted. So I'm going to close this header because I have already fixed that. I hope nothing else arises, but if it arises, it's part of coding. So I'll now go back to the home page, because later I'll need this home page to be an anchor link. So instead of having a div, I'll just have an anchor link there. Instead of an anchor link, I'll use the link component from the React router DOM, and this is going to navigate to a single project page, because in the introduction of the video you saw that when the user clicks on a project, it will lead this user to the more information about the project, so that the user is either able to access the source code, or the user is able to access the project, to visit the project through the link that will be provided. For now, let it remain like that. I'll now go to my grid and do the styling. So inside the projects, I have a grid. It's a class, of course, in that. Then display is going to be grid, just the way I have named it. Then it will have a gap of 24 pixel. And then what I want is 3 columns. So a repeat of 3 columns, then a fraction of 1. So that is going to be equal items like that. Then inside the grid, I have that class of a card, so I'll pass that class card. Remember, it's an anchor link, so I have to remove the decoration. So text decoration, I'll take it to none. Center no. This text decoration none. And then I want the color to be primary color, so I'll pass the variable there, primary. I have that already defined in the global style, the component. And then I'll have a display of a grid. Sorry about that. This is going to be flex, but the direction is column. That I can have a small gap in between the image and the title of 8 pixel. And then I also want to do some decoration on the paragraph so that I capitalize. So that is I want to change the font, not font size, but the text. Maybe I'll come to back to that later. Let me just save this and see if the changes are working. Maybe before I do that, I need to work on the image by giving it a width of 100%. That is the width of the card. So if I save this and navigate to the browser, I should be able to see that this is taking a better shape. It's not doing that. I don't know why. Grid template columns, play grid. repeat of 3, 1FR. Why is it not responding? It should respond because I see everything is defined well. There is a problem with my grid display. I have a display as grid, I have a grid template columns as that. Maybe it's something to do with my classes. This is my grid. Class name of grid, which is this one here. Let me just try to debug this and see where the problem is. So this is inside the projects folder. Let me just check if this is done well by having a color of red and also having a color of red here. Yeah, if I remove this, is the red still going to appear? So the red is still appearing, so which means that my problem is this section here. Maybe I need to rework on that. Let me just say that it has a display of grid. So this is card class name. In that display grid, then grid template columns. It's going to be a repeat of 3, then 1FR. That this should work. It's not working. Yeah, the problem is this one here. If you're not very keen, you'll not be able to notice that the image was not taking the width of the card. Then I did have a gap here, so I'll put that gap back 24 pixel. Then I'll also give my grid some padding of 64 pixel and 20 view with it. That is for, yeah, this is how I expect it to look like. Then I also need to have some title here directing my users to click on any of the projects to find more about the project. So inside, I mean below the header, I'll have a title which is going to be h2. And what I'm going to direct my users, I'm going to tell my users that click on any of the project, to access the source code, or visit source code or a link to the project. In that, in fact, I'm going to create a div here known as a title. I'm going to create that div so that I'll have multiple elements here. One is going to be this h2, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. And then I'm going to have an icon that is going to cancel close this page so that I go back to the home page. So I'm going back to the React icons library, and I'm going to look for close icon and see what the React icons is able to provide me with. I'm going to use this one here, MD outline. So I'll come to my project and import that from the React icons library. So import MD close from React icons, which is this one here. Then the subfolder is MD, and then I'm going to paste that icon here. Where is it? This section here. And I'm also going to give it a class name of icon like that. Then I'll save it. So it is reloading. It has reloaded, and you can see that it is there. So for the title, I'll do some styling, which is inside my home page. I'm in projects, so I'll do title. Sorry. Give it a display of flex. My big fingers are touching wrong buttons, so this is going to be flex. Then I'm going to give it the same padding as this one here for the grid. So I'll copy that and paste it there. I'm going to align items at the center. Then I'm also going to justify content at the center. That is both horizontal alignment and vertical alignment, like that. Then I'm also going to have a space in between. In fact, instead of center, I'll just have space in between, like that. Or what I can do is having a gap of let me give it a gap of 64 pixel, so that there is that difference between the title and the icon, like that. Then what I want to do is instead of having this as H2, I'm going to have it as a H4, so that it's smaller in size, like that. And I'm going to reduce the padding for the grid to 32 pixel, so that it moves up like that. And then I'm also going to change the color. Remember, I had put it red for my cards when I was testing, the problem that was not making the display look better. So I'm going to return the variable for the primary color, which is primary, like that. So this looks much better now, as you can see. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is transform my text as I had promised. So text transform, I'm going to capitalize. That is not available. Let me just close it first. I like working with the IntelliSense. Capitalize like that, so that I avoid those spelling errors. That is how it looks like. Maybe I should give it some bold display. So font weight. If you're a beginner, this is the right tutorial for you, because I'm doing everything as step by step, and I'm very slow. So this is going to be bold. I don't want to be fast and confuse you, and also confuse myself. Yeah, so the projects look better, so my user will be able to click on any of the project and he will be led to the more details about the project. So what I'm going to do next is this responsiveness, so that this is going to look better in all the screens or screen sizes before I implement the navigation to the single project page, which I'm going to create later. So what I'm going to do is to close the component, which is this one, and I only remain with the style sheet, and I'll split the screen for the style sheet. And then this one is going to navigate to the bottom, and I'll come down here and do the media query for that, the screen media, and max the screen. I need a maximum with it. Of course, I'm going to start with the 11,000. That was the size of the largest tablet, and I'm going to test that using my extension that I have in my Chrome browser, which is going to allow me to test different devices. Simulators are here. So that is how it looks like on a smaller tablet, I mean a bigger tablet. Maybe I only need to adjust this to work on a smaller tablets like this one of 800 pixel with it. You can see it's quite tiny. So what I'm going to do, anything less than 880 instead of 11,000, I'll have to reduce the number of cards per grid. So what I want to do is to work on the projects class. Inside project I have a grid, because you can see that the title just looks better. So what I'm going to do is probably do a little adjustment on the title. Sorry about that. What I want is to give it a margin top of just 10 view height, like that. So if I save this, you should be able to see this moving down there so that it covers a wider portion of the screen. So instead of having it as 10, let me just reduce it to 5 because it's quite big. Like that is much better. And then I'm going to set the padding to 0, top bottom, but the other one remains the same, 20 view with it, like that. So my styles are here are very minimal. I'll increase this back to maybe 8. I just want everything to look better, like that. And then I'll also work now on the grid, and I'll just make a simple adjustment on the grid, and what I want is only this number of columns. I'll just change it to 2, like that. Yeah, this is how it looks like, and that is how I wanted it to look like. Then you can see my icon is also very tiny, so I need to adjust that title.icon. I want the font size to be 24 pixel so that it's visible. Doesn't seem to be updating. Let me make it 30. I need this to be bigger in size. So what I'm going to do is to navigate back to my homepage. I mean not homepage, but navigation section for the projects, and I want to access my it's supposed to be icon, not icons. I think that was where the problem is. It's supposed to be icons. Is it icons or icon? No, it's supposed to be icon. And if I remove the responsiveness, I think it's because of the screen resolution. If I go back to the desktop, you'll realize it's much bigger, because for the desktop I'm on a real device like that. Yeah, so I'll just keep it like that. Everything is okay. So let me minimize this, and then I have done that for the grid, and that is how it appears on a small, medium size tablet. I'll move to a smaller tablet, which is this one here, this one 768. That is how it looks like. So what I want to do is now work on mobile, and my smaller mobile phone is this one here. The smallest is a 320. And what I'm going to do, first of all, I'll have to specify my screen sizes. So I'll just copy everything the way it is like that and paste it here and make the adjustments just to save on time. Anything less than 760, I need the title to have a margin top, and with it, instead of view with it, I'm now going to change this to 24 pixel. And then for the grid, I also need to do that for the padding. So I'll copy this and paste it here for the padding. And the templates, the columns, I want them to be 1, so I'm also going to change this to 24 like that, px. So if I save this, they should be able to see the display looking better, yeah, like that. So this is what I expect for the smaller screens. Maybe just to go back to my normal display and work on more styling on the images, I need to give them some some border radius so that they look nicer. I don't know why the border radius for the global style is not working, which is this one here. I did specify it here. The reason why is because I ended with a colon instead of a semicolon, so I think it will now work. So let me close that and go back to my project. I'll also close this media queries. I'll go back up there where there is a grid and there is image. Then I'll just say that the border radius is the variable from this global style sheet. That, so let me save that. So if I do that, you can see it's now being implemented. Some of my images are almost whitish in background color, so to make them stand out, I need to apply the box shadow. I don't know if I did define that in the global style. Let me just check. Also, yeah, it's there. Box shadow is there, so I'll copy that and I'll go back to the images and put the box shadow there. So box shadow is going to be a variable. It's going to be this box shadow. So if I save this, you can see that that contrast will appear down here. Just wait for it. Hope it's reloading. It has reloaded, but it's not working. It should be something to do with the this was supposed to be 12 pixel. I forgot to do that. It's not working. What I'm going to do, there is a website known as a box shadows, so I'm just going to search for CSS box shadows. It's normal. If you are a web developer, you need internet connection. This is the website that I always use to get my box shadows. So I'm just going to look for the one that I like and pass it to my images. I think I like this one here, so I'm going to copy that, close that website for now, and I'm going to paste it here. So I'm only going to remove this and that, and save the changes. This should make my images to stand out. Here you can see those that have whitish background are now standing out like that. Good. Then the other thing that I want to do is when I click on this close button, it should take me back to the home page, which should also be done by the logo. So what I'm going to do is to navigate back to my projects. Let me close this projects component where there is a icon. Where is this icon? It's here. I want to enclose that with a link component. Then I link that to my home page, which is that one there, and then I'm going to copy this and paste it there. When you do this, you also need to adjust the styling because the anchor link is going to have its own colors. So if I go to the style sheet, my icon is inside the logo and it's this icon here. So this icon is enclosed by an anchor link. That one there. And if I save this, I hope it has not corrupted the colors. You can see the color is blue, so we make color to be primary. That I'll also remove the text decoration so that I don't have the underline. Make it none, like that. So it's loading like that. So if I click that, you can see it takes me back to the home page. Now if I click to the projects, I'm able to navigate. I also need to use my logo to take me back to the home page. So the logo is available inside the header, which is this one here. Remember, use the anchor link here. So I need to link to the home page like that. Save that. So right now I'm at the project. So if I click on this logo, you can see it takes me back to the home page, and that is what I wanted. So I'll now start working on the other section of my application, which is going to be the single product page. Not product, but the projects. I'm just confusing that with another application I had created, which was an e-commerce application. So I'll come to my routing section, and maybe before I do that, I need to create that page. I'll close the components and I'll come to the pages. I'm going to create a folder known as a project. Remember, the other one was projects plural, this one is project singular, and this is going to have two files. One is going to be project, that is a single project .js, of course. Then I'll have a React functional component. Then I'll have another file as a project.style, Sorry for the spelling error. It's supposed to be styled.js. Then inside here I need to export the styled component. I'll just name it container, starting with the capital letter, and that this is going to be utilizing the styled component. It will be imported automatically by the ES7 extension. You can go ahead and install that in your VS Code editor if you like the way you just pass the snippets and the boilerplate is being generated, components are being imported. So I'm going to have a div with a class of a project. Let me save that for now. Then I'm going to copy this. I'm going to close the header. I don't need it for now. I'm also going to close the projects, and I'm going to close the projects component so that I remain with the two for now. Then what I'm going to do is maybe before I minimize my navigation section, I need to include that route down here. So I'll just have a route. This in here, then path. Sorry for that. It's going to be the path. Then I need the element. The path is going to be a single project, and this is going to be dynamic, so I need to pass the ID there, the ID of the project. Then I'll pass the element that. The element is going to be what I have just created, project. This one with the singular, like that. Then save that. There is an error down here in my terminal, and the error is saying that unexpected token dash 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 1140. 11 is here. Where is 40? Yeah, there should be an equal sign there. I was not keen enough to see that. Then for now I'm going to close this, and then I'll go to maybe my projects component, so that I'll introduce that link down here. This is the link. It's going to link me to the project. For this I have to use the JavaScript, so curly braces, and then it's going to link to this. It's going to be project, but I have to pass the ID here, so I need a $sign. Going to be item.id. That everything that I'm doing here is available. If you look at data.js, which is containing the data of all the projects, it is in the components folder. This one here, you can see that my projects have the IDs 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 7, like that. So that is going to help us access a single information of a given project. So I'm going to close the projects for now because I have already done the linking. I'm also going to close the data, then I'll start working on that. First I'm going to import this container, which is the styled component. This is an empty export, so it's going to come from this. Like that. To be able to access those IDs or the parameters from the browser, so that if this is going to be stroke 1 like that, sorry about that, stroke 1 like this, I should be able to access this. I'll make use of the React router. So there is a hook known as the use params from the React router. So I'm just going to come down here. It's going to be an object, so I'll just do some destructuring here. So I'll just say const id. I'll do destructuring there, use a param hooks. This is going to come from the React router DOM. You can see ES7 has allowed me to do that. It has imported automatically for me. Like that. For now, what I want to display is only going to be the parameter. Let's just check if this is working. I'll have to paste that there. Then I'm going to display the parameter as an h1, which is the ID, like that. So let me save that and navigate to a given project. So if I click to this, it is 1 and it's not being displayed. I need to inspect and see what the error is. The error is saying that each child in a list should have a unique key. That is for projects. I need to clear that in advance. I'll not need to wait. It requires us to pass a key here, which is going to be the index. Of course, every object in a given array is going to have a unique index, like that. That error should be gone. So if I refresh this, let me see what other error I'll be getting. It is saying projects, which means that the routing is wrong. I did say projects there. It's supposed to be project, because that is what I defined in my routing. I defined it as a single project, not projects, like that. So if I refresh this, you'll see that it is working. Let's give it time. So I'll just navigate back. If I click that, still not working. No matching location as projects. I need to go back to the routing and see where the problem is. This is the ID. These projects, it should have that there. But it is also a learning process for you if you're not so familiar with the React router. And it is also a reminder if you've forgotten that this is supposed to have a strokes there. I hope you had noted that prior to me, and if you're very sharp, you knew that I was coming to change back this. So if I go back to the browser, you can see now this one is being displayed there, because that is the first one, this one here. If I click on these two, you can see it's there. The last one is probably going to be 7. Yeah, that is it. So now let us start working on this page on a serious note. First of all, I'll need to import the data that is containing all the projects. So I'll do import projects from the components folder, like that. Then I'm interested in a single project. I'm only interested in a single project, and therefore what I'm going to do is create a constant known as a project in small capital or in capital letters, or let me call it project data so that it doesn't clash with what I have here. It's going to be a filter method. I need to filter this array so that I'm able to find only the one with this ID. In fact, instead of using the filter, I'm going to use the find method. So it's going to be projects, the one that I have imported, this one here. No, not this one. It's supposed to be this projects here, so I'll copy it. The one has a capital letter, and the component has a capital letter, but the data has a small letter. So I'm going to use .find method, and this is going to take an item, and it's going to return a single item. So where the ID of this item that I'm passing here is the same as this ID at the top, so item dot ID is the same as the ID where item.id, I'm making this mistake here, it should return that item.id is the same as the ID I have at the top, or I have declared at the top. Then what I'm going to do is to console log this and see if we are able to access that. Project data, this one here. Then I'll navigate back to the browser and inspect and clear this, so that when I click on this project it is undefined. The reason why that is undefined is because the ID here could be a number and the other one could be an integer. So I'm going to make these all of them integers. So I'll have that function here known as parseInt for all of them, even this one, so that they are all integers. And that, then I'll save it. Let me minimize that for now. Then what I'm going to do is to check if this is working. Yeah, you can see now it's working. I have this single object here, so I am now able to display this object comfortably within the application, I mean the project folder. So what I'm going to do is to have my project div here. Then inside this project div I'm going to have the text. This text is going to have a title, which is going to be an h4, and this is going to have the project name. So project data is now an object, so I just need to pass project data dot name here for the title. Then I'll have the buttons that will navigate to different sections of the application. So I'm going to have a div here known as buttons. Let me just call them buttons. But in real sense they're not going to be buttons, they're going to be links to the external websites. A link to the source code, it's going to be external from our website. Then it's also going to link to the application, to the source code and to the application itself, or the website itself. So I'm going to have anchor links here. I'm going to use the A, which is going to have an href, of course, and I'll copy that. Maybe before I do that, I'll just call this I'll start with the source code, and I'll copy this, paste it there. The other one is visit site, sorry, like that. Let me remove this. Now I'm not going to lead you to the real applications. I'm not going to lead you to the real applications. I was just showing you how to create a portfolio site. So what you can do is, now if you have the projects you have created for your portfolio, you are able to provide all that information in the array that is containing all these objects. And when you link that to a single product page or I mean project page. Inside here you link to the source code of your project, then here you link to the site, the site website or URL of the website. So for my case, all my projects are going to link to one single project that I have created for my portfolio, and that is going to be this one here. It's called aluku gym.netfly.app, because I have hosted that in Netlify. So this is where you're going to be linked if you click the link or visit site of any project. So this is a project that I created for my practice, and it is a workout or a gym, or what can I say about this, fitness agency website. And it is just the landing page. As you can see, this is the home page. You can see fitness classes, about pages, schedules. There is also a video here that even plays, and those icons there. Then there are trainers here. You can see when you hover, their names are displayed. Then there is also a footer which contains an input for the email you can send directly, but it's not working for now. Then I have the icons that link to my social pages. Then at the top I have this menu. When I click on it, you can see it opens up this. I click on any of them, it closes. And then I also have this animated icon, not icon but cursor, that I created using the frame of motion animation library. In fact, this project I created using React.js. So if you're interested in seeing how I created this project, let me know in the comment section so that I can create that. I can create a tutorial for this. We can create this from scratch. So what I'm going to do is to copy this link and go to my visit site, put it there, save it. For the source code, I'm going to navigate to my GitHub page. I'm going to link the source code for this particular website. So if I visit my GitHub page, let it just load. It is this first one here, Aluku Gym. So I'm going to copy this URL and paste it here. Save it. So we are not interested in this page for now. Just close it like that. Then we can go ahead and work on our application. So right now, if I click on the source code, you can see it's taking me directly to the page. If I click on the other one, which is this visit site, you realize that it takes me to that website like that. So that is what I wanted. So if I click back, I need to be able to open this on a different tab. I've just forgotten how to do that. So I just want to tell you that any programmer needs internet connection. So this is how I do it. Just come here and search how to open link on a different tab, on a new tab, HTML like that, and you'll realize that the first thing you'll be presented with is this one here. You'll be told that you need to pass a target attribute and set it to blank, this one here, and you also need a relationship. So I'm going to copy all this. I had forgotten how to do that, so I'll copy that. Then I'll come here pass those attributes in that. So if I save this, I should be able to open my links on different tabs instead of opening them within the tag of my website tab. Like that, you can see it opens on a different tab and I still have my application. That is what you expect your users to, so that they don't have to navigate from the external website and back to your portfolio. Now, so this is taking quite some time. Let me just work on this very quickly. So after I have done the buttons or the anchor links, I'll now need to do the description. So this is where you're going to tell your users more about your project. So I'll just say description. And I want this to be a paragraph like that. And I'm going to use the lorem ipsum, so I don't have any descriptions for the projects. These were just mockups. But you can tell more about your project to your users, like the technologies that you've used, like you have used the React, maybe PHP. You can also tell them about maybe the hosting, the time frame that it took you. You can tell them all that you need to your users, or you want your users to know about your project. You can see that is what I have. Then I also need an image, and this is going to fall outside the text. Remember, the text is just above here. So this is going to fall on a different tab. I'm just going to call it image, like that. And this is going to be a JavaScript file. So I have to use the backticks here, not a JavaScript file, but I'm navigating back to JavaScript. So it's going to be images, then it's going to come from the project, like that. And the image is going to be the $sign, which is going to be project's data. Let me just copy what I have here and paste it. Sorry about that. I think I have copied the wrong thing, like that, and paste it there. It's dot image, which is this one here. So if I save that, it's reloading, and navigate back to the browser, the image should be displayed. It's not displaying. Something wrong I have done with the routing. It's image, then projects. It's still not working. What could be the problem? Because I think I've done the naming. Well, yeah, like that. It's going to move 2 steps up. So I can now start working on maybe the styling very fast, and maybe before I do that I need to introduce my logo here. So what I'm going to do is have another div here known as project home, so that this is going to house my logo, or the top navigation bar. Let me paste that here. I have the logo should be, top navigation bar should be that section, which is going to be the header. Should be imported. It's here, imported by the ES7 extension very fast. Right now, if I save that and navigate back, you can see it's being displayed there. But I have a problem because the logo image is not being displayed. I'll work on that later. For now, let me just do the styling for the project. So I'll have to split this. Then I also have to remove the app.js for now. I'll remove the projects. I'll also remove the style sheet for the project. I'm only going to remain with these two. So for the project, I have the display. I'll set it to flex. Then the flex direction, I'll set it to column, like that. Save it. And then I don't need any gaps for now. I'll just proceed to project home. So I'll also set the display to flex. And then I need to give it some padding, so I'll have a padding at top and the bottom. Let me just give it a padding of 64 pixel top bottom, then 20 view. 20 view is going to be very wide, so I'll give it 10 view with it. And then I'll proceed and work on the text, this one here. What I want for the text, I'll set the view, the width. In fact, I don't need padding set to view width. I'll just give this a width of 30 view width for the text, and I'll give some gap in between my image and the text, so that the gap is going to be let me just say 5 view width, like that. I'll see how it appears in the browser, then we can adjust that. And then I want the display for the text to be flex also, but I want the flex direction to be column, like that. Then I'll give some gap in between my elements, 5 view height, like that. And then maybe before I proceed, I'll come to my image, img, and give it some width. Let's give it a width of 30 view width, like that. Then for this project home, I want to justify the content at the center of the application, like that. So if I save that and head back, you should see that this is taking shape, and this is what I wanted. And then for the image, I think I'll just close the styling by giving it a border radius of the variable, which is border radius, like that. Then the other thing I like to do is maybe give it the box shadow, because some of the images are white at some sections, especially the margins, borders. So I'll also use a variable here, and I'll pass a border radius, not border radius, but a box shadow, that. I hope all my spellings are correct, because if they are wrong, then it's not going to be reflected. None of them is working for now. The spelling is wrong here. Let me change that. Yeah, and the border radius is working. So if I select a different image with a whitish ending, you can see even the box shadow is working. So this is a very minimal design, and I'll come back to the text and give the color of my text. Everything is going to be a variable of my primary color, like that. And then I'll start working on the buttons. So remember, my buttons is just a class of the anchor links. I'll give it a display of flex, sorry about that, like that. the gap of 32 pixel. Then for the anchor links, first of all, text decoration, I'm going to remove that, so I'll set it to none. Sorry, that. And then color is going to be the color of the variable that I set as a primary color. This one here. Then display is also going to be flex. Flex direction, no. Align items at the center, that is for the horizontal alignment. Then for the vertical alignment, it's going to be justify content. No, horizontal is justify content. This is for the vertical alignment, so horizontal is going to be center like that. Then I need a background, which is going to be a linear display. In this case, I'm going to use a gradient, and I'm going to use the angle 45 degrees, and it's going to be my variable color. It's going to be primary. I'll just copy this variable here and paste it 3 times like that. So this is going to be secondary, so that you can see that gradient. I'll also give it a border radius, which is going to be the same as the border radius of the image. So I'll just copy this the way it is and paste it here. I hope everything is working as intended. And that is what I have. I forgot to specify the flex direction for the text. It is there, it's column. Why is it not working as intended? So text has this, has buttons. And I think the problem was this description is not supposed to be between the buttons, so it's supposed to be outside the buttons class like that. And that is what I have. So the next thing that I'm going to do is set the font size of these anchor links down here. So I'm setting the font size to 14 px. Then I'm setting the width to 100 pixel. Sorry for that. I hope this looks better as intended. That. Then I'll also set some padding all around of 8 pixel. It is quite big. I'll just set it to 4. Like that. Then for the description, I'll also like to give it some title to tell the users that this is my description. So I'll come down here and have an h4 and call this description. That. Yeah, so this is what I wanted. Then for now it will rest there for the styling. The only thing that I need to work on is this header here, because it doesn't seem to be displaying the image. For the projects, the image is available, but for the project, the image is not available. I don't know why. So I need to go back to the the header and figure out what this could be. So the header is here, where I'm saying that if the part name or the location is the same as this home page, I'm displaying this image. If it's not, I'm displaying the other image. I've just done everything correctly, but I don't know where the problem is. So for now, to avoid wasting time on this, I'm going to move to the other sections of the application, which is going to be the services, the skills, and the contact me page. Then we shall come back to this at maybe the last stage of the coding. So I'm going to my pages and create another page. For now, I'll close the component, then I'll close the projects, and I also close that. I'll clean up my working area or the coding area like that. And then inside my pages, I'm going to create a folder that is going to represent, if I navigate back, the skills. What is happening here? Something has happened to my home page. I need to figure out what that is. This is all of a sudden jumping to that. I don't know if it's the error with my browser. All of a sudden my background image is changing. I have the background size as 22 pixel, I mean percent. I have it as 80 here, max width of that. And where the problem is, let me make it 20. I don't know if that is affecting the whole application. Let me just try to fix this. Most of the time the React poses some challenges with the background images, and what I always like doing is describing the background image as the inner style sheet of my component. So I can just come here and move to my home page, this one here, and then I'm going to copy everything like that, save it. Then I'll come to the component and I'll create a style attribute. Then I'll pass that there. I'll need to use the backticks because this is now an object to look like that. Also need to clear that. So I'll pass the backticks there, and this should work. Let's refresh that. The whole issue was my browser. I pressed it accidentally. But I also want you to follow this approach, because later when we start navigating to different projects, then we navigate to a single project. When you come back, most of the time you'll find that your background image will disappear. So the right way, from my experience, is having your background set as a style attribute within the element of your component, like that. I was wondering where the problem was originating from. Now I've diverted away your attention. Let's just work on the skills. So I'm going back to the code editor, and I'm going to close the components. I have the pages. I'm closing the home page. I hope I've not interfered with this other style sheet. That is for my responsiveness. Let me close it and close that like that. Then I'll create the skills folder inside my pages. That is going to contain the skills files, like that. Inside the skills, I need a skill file for the component, so .js. Then I need the styled component, so I'll create that. It's going to be skills .styled, then .js, like that. Then I'll start by exporting a styled component, so I'll just call it container, capital C. The styled component should start with a capital letter. Then I will import this with the help of the ES7 extension. Then I'll pass a div there, then backticks. And then here I'm going to have a skill class, so .skill, and that is where I'm going to start my styling from. So I'll have a functional component here, and I'm going to import the container from this skills.styled.js. Then I'll have my container here. Then inside this container I'm going to have a class which is going to be skills, like that. Inside these skills I need to have the header first. I need to be header. It's not imported, so I will import it myself. This header is from the components folder, and then the header folder, then the header.js, which is that one there. I hope this is working well. So if I click that, it's taking me to the skills, but sorry about that, it doesn't seem to be displaying anything, not even the header. It's saying that there is no route known as skills. So I need to go back to the app.js and see if I have done that. I'm yet to do that, so I'm just going to copy this top route and paste it there. I'm just going to change this to skills, like that. So if I save that, the error should be gone. So let me go back and navigate to skills. The element should be skills. We forgot to do that, which is this skill.js. Yeah, you can see the header that I had rendered within the skills is being displayed here. Now, one thing you realize is that the header is working well in all the routes. The home route, it's also working well on the project's route, but if you navigate to a single project, the image disappears. But if you go to the other route, which is these skills, you can see it's also working. But we are coming back to that. Earlier in the course of this video, I had created the grid component, which is available. Let me just close the public folder for now. I had created the grid component, which is available in the components folder, which is this one here. I was able to pass the icon. The other thing that I was to do is to pass the data as a text, and then the name of the skill, which is going to be data. It was going to be data.name, depending on what I'll be supplying on my props drilling as the data, like that. So let me close that for now. Let me also close this up and go back to the skills. So inside these skills, I'm going to render my grade component. Sorry for that. And this grade component, I'll need to pass the props for data. The data that I'm talking about here is going to come from this data.js. Remember, I have several arrays there. One was the projects, I'm done with it. The other one is skills. So I need to import the skills up here. As a named import, of course. Skills from components, like that. Then I'll pass these skills here. I don't know why it's doing that. It's telling me that there is an error. My div has just disappeared. I don't know how. It is loading. Grid is not defined, so I need to import that. Grid was coming from the components folder, which is this one here, grid.js. So it's coming from 2 steps up, which is the components, then the folder is a grid and the file is a grid.js. So it's defined now and it's compiling. So if I navigate back, nothing is being displayed. There must be some error. Let me just inspect. It's saying that invalid expected a string grid.js line 7. So where is line 7 in this grid.js? Let's just open this grid.js. There is line 7 here. For now, let me minimize that. Yeah, when I minimize that, it's working, but again, it's not displaying this data.name. Maybe I need to revisit these skills. I have imported everything from grid, like that. I have also imported skills. I don't know where the problem is coming from. Let me try to figure out. It means that this data is not available. So if I do console.log the data, in that, you should be able to see the problem. Yeah, data is available. It is .name then .icon. Data is available, but it's not being displayed here. Let me refresh. It's available, but it's not being displayed. Why? Because if you look at the browser, it is on a grid line 4 where I've done the console log, and you can see this object is a no, it is an array of objects, and I think the problem is mine. I think you have already figured out that if you're not a very you're not in the beginning of learning your React, and because the data is now an object, it's an array, so I need to do props, not props, but the map method. I need to iterate over the array, so it's going to be data dot map method, which is going to have the item here to represent a single object, and index to represent the index of each object within the array, which is going to be unique. Then from there you can now return a card. So this is supposed to be here, and this is also supposed to be here. That. So I need to enclose this with the brackets, and I need to return the bracket that I'm enclosing, like that. Then this is going to have a unique key, which is going to be index, like that. And then if I pass here item as the icon, because that is what I want to do, coming from the React icons library, going to be item.icon. That you'll find that it's working. Yeah, you can see all the icons are displayed there for my skills. Maybe some of them are white in color. Do I only have 3 skills here? Let me just check. Data.js, how many skills do I have? I have 5 of them. What is happening to the other skills? Maybe they are white in color. They'll just come. Let me refresh that. And then I'll now work on the styling of my grid. So I'll open the style sheet. I'll do the icon inside the grid. Maybe I need to create a div for that. Just call this icon, and I'm going to have this inside here, like that. Save it. So for the icon inside my card, I want to give it a background which is a linear gradient, just like the other linear gradients I've created. This one is also going to be a decrease, and that's going to be a copy of what I have done in this single project. So I'll just open this style sheet and copy this instead of wasting a lot of time typing that. In fact, even the border radius is going to be the same, so let me just copy these 2 properties and close that project for now. So I'll paste it there and save. There they are. You can see they are all 5 now. And then I'll go back to the grid and give it some gap. Give it a gap of 24 pixel, and I'll also give it a height. Let me give it a height of instead of giving this a height, I need to give the cards the height icon, not the card. I'll give it a height of 15 view height, and I'll make the icon have a display of flex so that I'm able to align my items horizontally and vertically. So align items, center, and justify content, center. Like that. So if I save this, it should be looking better like that. Good. And then the other thing that I need to do to the icons and is increasing the font size. So font size, I'm going to make it 64 pixel. That is going to be massive. I hope it looks better. Wow, so massive. So let me just change it to 40. And the color is going to be primary, of course. There should be that consistency in your coloring. So I'll just copy this and paste it there. Primary color, because this black is shouting so much, yeah, somehow dull. Then down here for the cards, I've done this display as flex, and the other thing I need to do is to justify content at the center and align items at the center, so that the text that I'm going to pass there as a paragraph, of course, is going to be aligned at the center. That is what I want. So item dot text. So you can see that is the card that I have created. Sorry about that, what is happening. The reason why this is behaving like this is because I have justified content to the center. It should be the reason. Let's see if that is the reason. Let's remove this and see. Yeah, you only need to justify content at the center so that we align it horizontally. So let me remove this, and then I have this item dot not text. It should be name, not text. The property of the skills for the title is name, like that. And maybe I don't even need to talk about justifying the content at the center. I need to align text, not items but text. Align text or content. So let it be text align, center, like that. And my text is at the center. Then I'm only going to work on this card, the paragraph for the card, by giving it a color of primary, so variable, which is primary. Then I'll make it bold, so font weight is going to be bold. That maybe I need to put some gap for the cards, so I'll just say gap for the card is going to be 8 pixel. Now this styling that I'm doing for the skills is also going to apply for the services. So for now, what I'm going to do is to navigate back to the home page. So you can see when I navigate to the skills, there we are. To the projects, we go to this section, single project, visit site. My internet is gone. I'll fix that later. Let me just try to revisit the internet. Let me connect. As this is connecting, I'll close that. Then I go back to the application, which is the home page. We are now ready to start working on the services section, which is very similar to what we have. In fact, it's almost the same. The only thing that is changing is the data that we are displaying here. So for that case, I'm going to create a folder inside the pages, because that is going to be a page. So I'll create a folder here known as pages, not pages, but services .js, like that. Not services.js, this is a folder. The folder name is going to be services. Then inside the folder, I'm going to create files. So the first one is going to be services with capital S .js. Here I'll have a React functional component. The other one is going to be services, that is for the style sheet. Services.styled.js. And then here I'm going to export a constant which is going to represent the styled component. I'll call it container, and I need to import the styled component from this style components library. So .div, and this is going to have my first div here, which I'm going to call services. In that, I'm going to close the grid. For now I don't need it. I'll also close the style. I'll close the skills. Then the other thing that I need to do is to maybe split my working area. So I'll come to the component and import the styled elements there, which is container. Then that container is going to enclose this. Inside here, I'm going to have the services div. Inside the services div, I need to have two things. One is going to be the header. This is similar to what we have done in the skills. Header like that. I need to import this. So import header. This is not a named export. So it's from 2 levels up. Yeah, it is the IntelliSense from year 7 extension that is allowing me to do this, but makes my life much easier. Then down here I'm going to render the grid. Just pass a grid like that. then I need to pass data, which is going to be the services that I'm going to import. So I'm coming up here and import the services from the data file that I have in my components folder. It's this ways data is not there. Components, yeah, data is there. Then the other thing that I need to do is pass services here, that. Then I need to go to app.js and do the routing. So I'm going to copy this, quite similar, paste it there. Then I'll do the services that I offer there. Then I will do that. It has been imported automatically at the top, so I'll save that. There is an error that says that grid is not defined. I'll fix that. So I'm going to my home page because that is where I'm going to do the linking to the services section here. Yeah, it is services. So let me close that. I was just confirming it. I'll also close app.js and I'll open the services. So I need to define this grid because it's saying that it's not defined. To define it just means that I need to import it at the top, and it's these services that I'm supplying as that information. So I'll import a grid from 2 levels up. Grid, then it is this one here. So if I save that, everything should work. So if I navigate back to the home page and click the services section, you can see because the grid has done everything for us, so you don't need to bother doing the styling again. That is the power of reusing the components in React. I have mentioned it well today, reusing components. Good. So we are moving to the last section of the sections that we have to link to from our homepage. That is going to be contacts. It's not available for now, so I need to create that component. So what I'm going to do, this one is going to have at least a different display. I'm going to my pages and create a folder that I'm going to name contact. That in this contacts, I mean contact folder, I'm going to create contact.js, and I'm also going to create contact.styled.js, like that. And then I'll close the services for now. I'll also close the style sheet for the services. For the contact, I'll create a functional component because that is our contact component. Then for the style sheet, I'm going to export a container. Sorry about that. It should be a constant. This is going to be equal to styled component from the styled component library. My voice is going down because of fatigue. This video is taking a lot of time, but I just want to finish it without pausing and coming back later, as it has been one continuous video. So inside here I'm going to have a div known as services. So I'm going back to my component, import this. What services? What? This is supposed to be container. That, yeah. And inside here I pass container. Then I'll have the services div like that. This services div is also going to have the header. It's not imported at the top, so I'll do it manually. Yes, 7 extension is avoiding to import this. I don't know why. Sometimes it does that. So header, and the file is that. And then if I go back to this and refresh, I have done a lot of confusion to you guys. The confusion I've done is that this one here, I need to call this contact so that there is that consistency in naming. So I'll come here and do it like that, and I'll save it. Right now I'm at this, so if I refresh, there is an error. I need to inspect and see what that error is. No routes matching contacts, so I need to go back to the routing file, and this is what I have as my path name. So I need to copy this path name, go to home page, and where I'm navigating to contacts, pass it there. That is the confusion I was talking about. This is supposed to be contacts, so I'll save this and come back to I hope you are learning to this and say this is services. I need to create that routing. I didn't do that. So this is contacts, that, and here I'm going to render contact, which has also been imported at the top like that. I hope it works now. Yeah, it works. So let me clear this and close that. So one thing I want to do, or what I want to do next, is close this homepage for now because I don't need it. app.js for now, I'll close it like that. Then I'm going to split my working section like that, then close these contacts from here, and then I will need to introduce the grid for the services. This one is going to be different from the other grids that I have, so I'll do it manually. So grid, inside this grid I'm going to render the component, that is the data from data.js, which represents my contacts. So it's somewhere here. Where is the components folder? It's there. Then I have this data.js, and if I minimize this, this is what I'm talking about. Let me just double click this so that it's expand. Yeah, this is the data, my phone number and a phone icon, then email icon, then WhatsApp icon. So I need to import this. For now, I'll just close it and come back to contacts. So it's going to be contacts, which I'm here to import. So I'll come up here and import these contacts from data.js. So it's going to be 2 levels. Sorry. So components, then data.js, like that. So this is going to be a array iteration method. I'll be using the map method. So I'm going to have a single object here and the index of each object, which is going to be unique, and I'll return a card. That, and where the error is coming from, this is supposed to be the brackets, not the curly brace. That, then inside this card, the first section is going to be the icon. So I'll just pass this and call this item dot icon, like that. Then I'll also have a paragraph which is going to have item dot name, like that. That is the name of my contact. Then the card needs to have a key, which is going to be the index, like that. Good. Now if go back to the browser, this is what I have. So I need to do the styling, and if you look at my global style sheet, which is inside the components folder, you realize that I have another color here known as the light gray, and that is what I'm going to use as one of the background colors of my contact section. So I'm just going to close this and I minimize that, and I'll start my styling with the contacts, which is here. Then inside this contact, I'll give some background color, and this is going to be a linear gradient this time around. It's not going to be an angle, but just a straight line. So to the bottom, the first section is going to be a variable, which is going to represent the light gray color, this one here. Let me just copy it to save on typing errors. So I'll pass the variable there. Then the other one is going to be white, which is a secondary. That. So if I save this, I hope everything works. It's compiling. Yeah, you can see some grayish. So what I want to do is give it some percentages so that we have that straight line. Make it 10%, and I'll make this 60%. So if I do that, what happens? Maybe let me make this 60. Yeah, that is what I wanted. Then instead of 60, you can also make this 10, make it we make it 70 so that it moves down, and I make these 30. Yeah, this is the display that I wanted for the contacts. So the next thing I want to do is work on the grid that is inside my contacts. So the grid which is going to appear down here, let me just paste it there. Display is going to be a grid template columns for a bigger screen, going to be a repeat of 3, and then one FR like that. Right. Then I'll work on the cards that are inside my grid. We are almost done. We shall do a minimal responsive design, and then we shall move to the frame of motion, which is the animation. So the card, I need a display of flex, and the other thing that I need is a flex direction column, a gap of 64px, and I need a box shadow, of course. Let me just go to the other grid that is inside my components and copy the box shadow that I did there, which is this one. Yeah. So put that as a box shadow, and you realize that it looks much better. Now that is not being reflected. I don't know what the problem is. Let me just minimize this. I did a border radius instead of the box shadow, so I need to revisit. I need to change this to a box shadow. That is the name of the variable. That. See the box shadow. Also need to have the colors white, background color. So background is going to be the variable secondary. Save that. Good. Then my grid is going to have a gap of 24 pixel. Also going to have some padding of 64px and 20 view width, like that. Then the cards, I want to justify the content, center, and align items at the center, like that. Trying to hurry up to save on time, but I also need the padding all around. So padding, I'll just give it a padding of 64 pixel. And inside this card I have an icon, so I'll have a class here known as a icon, and copy that after saving, of course. paste it there, and I'm going to call give it a font size, so font size, not family. The font size is going to be 40px, like that. Then for the cards, I need to declare on the color, which is going to apply to both the title of the contact and the icon of the contact. So it's going to be a variable which is going to be primary. That this should look much better. Like that. I need a border radius for this case, just to make it look nicer. So border radius is going to be the variable. That should work. This should work, I hope. Yeah, like that. So this is my contacts page. You can see I have my icons all leading to my GitHub page, like that. So you can contact me. In fact, these are my real contacts now. This is my email address and this is my WhatsApp number, which also doubles as my phone number. I don't care about displaying it here. You can contact me if you have any freelancing work for me. I'm available. Maybe the only thing that I need to work on now is the styling for some sections, because I have all these sections now available. Services is there, projects is there, then single project page is also there, just this one here. So let's do the responsiveness. For that case, I'm going to navigate to the simulator, and I'm going to start with the largest tablet, which is below 11,000 pixel, not 11,000 but 1100, this one here. So you can see this is this single project page, so I need to work on that. I'm going to close everything and start working from there. So it's this one here, because if I navigate to the home page and to the projects, for the projects everything is okay, because if I even navigate to a mobile phone, it looks like that. I did do the responsive design for that case, but for the single project page I never did the responsive styling, and that is what I'm going to do right now. So I'm interested with the style sheet, not the component. I'm going to split this. I'm going to down here and introduce the media queries. So max width anything less than 11,000 pixel. Sorry. Anything less than 11,000 pixel. I'll start with the project home, of course. So this is going to be dot project, then dot project home. So let me copy this and paste here. Display is a flex, but I'm now going to introduce the flex direction of column, that. You can see it's working. But first, before I do that, before I do this, let me just comment this. Comment out that, and come to the image. For the image, as you can see right now, it's stretching, and I don't want that. I want it to fit content. So I'll say that the height of the image should fit the content, so that that stretching disappears, like that. Then the other thing that I needed to do was to justify content of this, or align items at the center. Like that, so that they are horizontally aligned like that. That is what I wanted. But for this particular screen, I want the display to be of flex direction column. Commenting this out, then I'll work on the text by providing a different width. Sorry about that. Both text and the image, of course. With it, I want it to be 60 view width, that. 60 view with it, and I want to reverse. In fact, instead of saying flex direction is column, it should be reverse, column reverse. It should be column reverse, so that the image comes on top, that. So that is for a bigger tablet. For a smaller tablet, it looks like that. Let's see how it looks like. It's better. So I'll now work on the smaller screen, smaller than this, which is going to 768. So anything less than 768, I'll work with the 760 by copying this and pasting it there, changing this to 90, and I'll in fact remove this column reverse because I want it to remain like that. But this should be 760 pixel. Then if I visit a smaller screen, which is for example this iPhone 5 smaller screen, that is how it looks like, much better. I look at other phone like Samsung. So that is how the single project page looks like when it comes to responsive display. So I'll now move to the skills and services. Inside the skills and services, the header, I have done the styling for the header. Responsive design is done, so I'm only going to work on the grid, which will work on both the skills and the services. So let me do that. So that is the beauty of reusable components. So I'll go to the grid, and I'm going to close this section here. So in the grid, what I'm interested in is only the style sheet or the styled component. So I'm going to navigate down there and create my media screen. So the first thing I'm going to do is to test this using either the skills or the services. In both cases it will just work the same. Then I'll start with the tablet. This is how it looks on a tablet. So anything less than 11,000 pixel. Sorry about that. I need to do it properly. So this is max with it, like that. 11,000 px. Anything less than that, display is great. For now I'm just going to play with this. So if I save that so that I have two columns, it should look better like that. I'm also going to change the gap. This was supposed to be 24, not 34. Yeah, like that. Then for a smaller tablet, it looks like this. So I'll copy this and change this to anything less than 88. The only thing that I want to change is the padding. So I'll copy this, paste it here, and I'll remove that so that I'll make the padding to 10. That looks better. Then anything less than 760. In fact, I'm going to make the padding to be 24 all round, px all round. But then I need to reintroduce the template columns to 1. So if I save that and navigate back to the mobile screen, let's start with the iPhone 5 and see what we get. It's just loading, give it some time. And then I'll also need to adjust the height of the cards. So I'll do cards. Is it cards or card? It's card. Height, I'll adjust it to 10 VH. VH is even smaller, 20, 30 maybe, 3 times what I have here. 30, it's still not enough. 40. So I'm doing it to the wrong section. It's supposed to be the icon, so I'll just do icon here. So if I save this, realize it's much bigger for the icon. Yeah. So if I go to iPhone 5, it looks like this. If I go to something like Samsung, it looks like that. So those are the skills. So if I navigate back to services, you can see it's the same, working like that. I also need to fix the height for my homepage, so I'll just go to the home screen, which is homepage design here, and I'll go down where I'm defining the the height for the options and go for the anchor links. I say that the height should be 40. Let me make it 30 VH, and that should make this look better. Wow, it's massive, 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 massive. 15, not 50, but 15. Let me just leave it the way it is, because our video is taking quite a lot of time. And if I look at the home page, because we also want to present a quality portfolio site, it is the link. What I'm going to do is to give it a padding, bottom and top. So inside the options I have an anchor link, and give it a padding of 10 VH, then 0. For the left and right, it should fix that. 10 VH is quite massive. Let me make it 5. This looks better. Now I think the next section that we are moving to is now the contact section, because we are done with the skills. It looks like that. Services looks like that. Projects, single project page looks like that. So contacts. So for the contacts, I'm also starting with the bigger tablet, and this is going to be very simple because I only have 3 items here. I don't know why it's behaving like this. In fact, what I want to do is test this other screen, which is 11,000, not 11,000 but 1100 pixel. It looks better in that screen, but it seems to have left some space here, which means there is an overlay. So to fix that, I'm going to close everything for now first, just to avoid a lot of confusion because of crowding of files. So I'm going to the contact section, and what I want to do is reduce this to maybe 10, like that, and then later anything less than 11,000 sorry about that, signs of fatigue. It has been more than 3 hours being seated here and doing this tutorial, so I'm getting tired, but I need to complete this right now. So anything less than 11,000, not 11,000 but 1100, I'll work on my grid. So I'll just copy contact like that, because this is a shorter file. Then inside the contact, what do I have? I have the grid. It is a class, and I want the grid template columns to display only one item. I mean only one column. So it's going to be a repeat of one column, then one FR or one fraction, like that. So that if I navigate to this tablet, we have this kind of display. I'm also going to change the card height. So that this height is going to be 20 VH. This is quite low, maybe 30. That. So that is how it looks like. Then if we navigate to a smaller tablet, it looks like that. Then smaller tablet is much okay. Smaller phone, there is some overlay. So to solve that, I'm going to copy it and work on anything that is less than 760. What I'm going to do is to remove the padding. So I'm going to copy this padding here for the grid and just make it 24 pixel px, like that. That overlay is gone. Then for a smaller phone, let's see if it's working or displaying well. Still, so at 375 is much okay. So what I'm going to do is to create another one for 375 for a very tiny phone. Anything less than 375 should have that is for the cards. There is that padding that I created for the cards all around, this one here. So I want the cards to have a padding of 24 pixel instead of 64. That, so that this smaller iPhone should also be able to display this page, like that. Good. So we are done with the responsive design. We are done with the design of all the sections. We are now headed to the last section of design, which is going to be animation or development. And then pushing this to GitHub is not going to be a lot of work for me or for us if you're following along. I don't know why all of a sudden my browser is not displaying the page. Maybe because of time. I'll just open another tab there and close this one. I know it's because I'm changing in between the extension, the mobile simulator, and the application that I have. So the next thing that I'm going to do is perform the animations, and I'm going to the components section. First of all, I'm going to close all this in here. So inside this components folder, I'm going to create a file known as animation.js. So I'm going to describe all the animations here. So I'm going to export a constant known as animation. It should be a constant that, and that this is going to be the object where I'm going to deal with different animations of different parts of the project. So I'll need to animate the grid, so I'm going to do the grid, and then I'll also have the general animation that is going to appear in different pages. For the general animation, I just want the opacity so that there is you can see this jumpy, there is that fading in and out. That is what I want to achieve with the general section. So I'll just give a property here known as general for the general kind of animation. Then I'll start to define the states of animation, that is the initial, animate, and the exit. So for the initial, I'll call it hidden. I want the opacity to be 0, and I also want just like that, opacity alone. Then I'll have another one for the animate state. I'll call it show. That takes place when the element is mounted. So I'll change the opacity now to be 1 so that it's visible. Then for the exit, I'll call it hide, because that happens when the element is leaving the tree. So it's just the same as this one here. I want it to fade away like that and save it. The other animation that I want to perform is for the grid. So I'll just call this grid, and I'll have a property for my giant object known as a grid, like that. Then the properties that I'm going to have are just the same as what I have here for different states of my animation. So what I want for the grid, I'll also need to create another property here for the animation, that is the stretching, so that it expands along the x-axis. So that is called scale x. That initially I want it to be 0. Then I'll copy this and paste it to the hide section like that. I'll also paste it here, but I want it to scale to 1. There is an error. I don't know where the error is originating from. Could it be this one? Yeah, like that. And then for the other sections of the animation, maybe we shall do it as we test the animations. So let me start with the home page. Remember, we installed a frame of motion, so we're going to do that. For the home page, we have this section here, we have the title, and we have these cards. So what I want for the cards is to stretch in and stretch out. So I need to do that. So I'll come back to the animation and define that. This is animation for home page specifically, and I'm going to call these options because I'll be styling the options. I want the scale to be 0 for a start, but before I do that, maybe I'll just copy this and paste here because I need to define the states of the animation. So instead of scale X, I need the whole scale, but this time around it should originate from 0.75 and fade to 0.75, like that. That is for the options. And then I also need to maybe do the duration of my animations. So to be able to achieve the duration, I need to pass the transition property here, because transition deals with time. Transition, like that, and I need the duration. I'm just going to set the duration to 0.5 seconds. Then I'm also going to do the same for my options inside the home page. That is for the general. I also need to pass it here, like that. I have several videos on this channel on this frame of motion. I've done several animations using frame of motion, so if you want to learn more, you can visit my videos. Now, so let's style this homepage, and I'll close these contacts for now. So first thing is to import motion from frame of motion. Like that. Then the section that is going to animate, the reason why I never wanted to omit this is because if you prefix motion at the container, then it will mean something else, and therefore it will cause an error. That's why I had to introduce this homepage. It's like repeating what I have already created. Then I need to define the animation that I want to take place here, so I'll use a variance. I'll introduce the variance prop, and inside this variance I need to import the animation from the animation library. I mean not animation library, but animation component. So it's animation, and this is coming from components. This one here, then animation, like that. So for this case, the variant is going to be animation dot general, like that. I need to define the exit. Maybe before the exit I need to define the initial, and this, if you look at the naming, to represent those initial animate and or states of the animation, I have hidden for the initial, so I'll just copy that, sorry, and paste it there. For the animate, it's going to be a show. Then for exit, it's going to be a hide. The good thing about using variants is that once you have defined your states of animation in the parent element, all the children of these elements will have you don't need to define it again, you only need to pass the variance. So right now, if I test the animation, let's navigate away. If you come back to the home page, you can see there is that fading in. but it's very fast. Let me see the duration that I've set for it. Yeah, the exit animation is not working. The reason why it's not working, we need to tell our React frame of motion library that these components are being removed from the tree, and therefore there is a component that you need to wrap your application in. So I'm going to the entry point where I've done all the routing, and I'm going to wrap that with that component known as animate presence, which is going to come from frame of motion. It has been imported. Then I'll copy that and paste it there so it encloses our application. Then you need to pass a couple of props inside here. One of them is that we need to pass a prop known as exit before enter. It has been depreciated. We shall be able to see the errors and see, check what they are telling us to do. Let me inspect. So if I inspect this, go to the console, they are telling us that replace this exit before enter with this kind of a prop known as mod wait. Yeah, so that exit before enter, I used it a long time ago. It is depreciated, so that is what you're supposed to do. Then these need to have keys. Each route need to have a unique key so that the animate presence is able to track which one is leaving and which one is coming in. So to be able to do that, we need the use location hook. So I'm just going to create a constant here known as location. Which is the same as the use location. It will be imported from React automatically, React router DOM. For my case, because I have ES7 extension installed in my VS Code. So the key is going to be location dot part name, because every route has a unique part. This one here. Then there is another thing that I'm supposed to pass. I seem to have lost track of that. So let's see what the console is saying. Then I also need to say that the location is the same as this location. That I hope the exit animation will work. Yeah, you can see the exit animation is now working. It's fading away. So let me close that. The animations are working for the home page. So let's proceed to this other section, which is this section here. So I'll close this for now because the exit animation is fixed. So I need back the home page and I need the animation component back. Now we have another problem here because we shall not be able to fix the options here, but maybe to avoid this, I'm going to do my animations on the parent. So I'll prefix motion there, and I'll come for the variant, which is going to be animation. Now that I have already defined the status of my animation in my parent, I'll just come here and pass the variant only. I hope this one is saved, so you can see that. Good. So very fast we move to the home page. I think I'm done with the, not home page, but projects page. I'm done with the home page, so let me look for the projects page, which is this one here. Where is it? Pages. Projects page is here. First is to import motion from frame of motion. Like that. Then prefix almost everything I've done in the home section. So I'll just go to the home section. Where is it? Here. And I'm going to copy this because it's almost the same. I'm only going to change a few things. It's supposed to be here. It's not going to work. I need to prefix motion on the native HTML element, not the styled one. Like that. So if I save this, the other section that I'm supposed to work on is the grid section, which is this one here. So I'll also prefix motion, sorry, that, and the only thing I need to do is to pass the variant. This case is going to be animation, but what I'm interested in is this grid section that I defined down here. So it's going to be .grid. It has to be imported at the top, so I have done that with the help of the ES7 extension. So .grid, like that. So if I save that and navigate to projects, let me go back. I also need to fix something there for this animation. There's something that I need to add to the grid animation so that it looks much better. I need it to originate from the left section, so I'm going to have my X position to be 500 pixel, of course, before the opacity. Then when this, that is for hiding, but when this is being introduced, that is the show section, which is here, I want it to be 0. Then before it is shown, I also want it to be 500, like that. So let's save this and see what happens. So to make this work, I need to have some styling because it's going to cause that overlay effect. So I need to set it to none in the project style sheet. That is for the parent div. I'll just say overflow none, like that. So once I set that like that, you can see how it's working now. And instead of coming from the positive section or the I need to make it negative, like that. Sorry. I hope this one has loaded. That. So if I navigate to projects, you can see it's moving from that section. If I close, it moves back there. That is what I wanted. So we are done with the home section. Let's now move to these other sections, that is the grid section. The grid is available for different parts of our application. That is let me navigate back. It is available for skills and services. So let's do the same for the grid, which will supply to the services and also to the skills section. So I'll go to the grid, which is this one here, prefix motion. Make sure you import it at the top. Then I'll pass a variant here. I need to import motion first. From frame of motion, sorry, like that. Then I need to pass the variants here. It is from. This should be variants. Make sure you import it at the top. Then dot grid, like that. Then I need to tell this what my state of animations are. So for that case, I'll just copy this because I've done same names all true. Then if I navigate to skills, that is what you should expect. Services, contacts doesn't have that, so I need to work on the animation of the contacts also, which is just the same as what I have done for the grid, because it's also a grid. So I'm going to the contact section, which is this one here, where I have the grid. I'll prefix the variants and then motion. Do that, then I need to import motion from frame of motion, of course. There is an error there because I'm here to import the animation, so I also need to import the animation that I'm using as a variant. That, and that error should be gone. So if I navigate to the home page and go to contacts, you can see everything is working like that. So the animations are all working now. Responsiveness is working. So the only remaining thing is making this work with our Netlify so that we are able to access this in online anywhere. So what I'm going to do is to navigate to my GitHub page. Let me just check my internet. It's disconnected, so I need to connect automatically. Then I'll go to GitHub. Inside this GitHub, I'm going to create a new repository. Because I already have a GitHub account, I hope you have registered, and if you're following along, you can do the same. If you've registered, you can log in and create a repository. I'm going to call this portfolio for my case, because I don't have any other portfolio here. That it is available, then I'll come down here and create. Once this has been created, the other thing that I'm going to do is initialize. So I'll just come and initialize this down here. I've initialized an empty repository. Then the other instructions is this one here. Paste that there, and these are the only files that have been included. What I can do is let me wait for it. So let me refresh and see if this has been pushed there. I'll just refresh. I have public src, but you realize that inside src all the other files that I created are not available. So what I'm going to do, is to navigate back to this section and add everything that I have. Of course, I have git ignore that React.js comes with, and it ignores the modules. So I'm going to add everything. So git add is going to add everything. Then I'm going to commit again, git commit. The message I'm going to supply there is going to be final, like that. I've committed the changes. Then I'm going to git push, like that, so that everything is pushed to the repo. I think everything has been pushed. So if I refresh this, I can see that I have my public folder. If I open the src or the source, I can see my components pages. So all the files are here. Now the other part is visiting my Netlify page, Netlify for profile, so that I'm able to just connect to the GitHub repo. So just wait for it to reload, or load, sorry. My internet's a bit slow today, that's why you can see this is taking a lot of time. So I have several applications on my page. So what I'm going to do right now is to add a new site, and I'm going to import an existing project. So once I do that, it will present me with these different options. So I'm going to use GitHub, which is going to ask me for authentication or to authorize. So I'm authorized. So once I'm authorized, I'm able to choose the repos. and the repo that I want to use is the one that we have just created. It's known as portfolio, which is this one here. So it is loading the branches. Let's just wait for it. It has done that already, so the only next thing you need to do is to deploy. And just a reminder, before you do the deployment, make sure you don't have any errors on your terminal. Like for my case, you can see everything is okay successfully, no warnings. If there is any warning, your site will not be deployed to Netlify. You can see it's building. If I expand this, I'm able to see deploy log, and you'll see how everything is working. It's creating an optimized production build. Just give it a minute or two. It's compiled successfully. You scroll down, site is alive. Site is live. So if I preview right now, I'll be able to visit my site online. You can see that just because my internet is slow, and that's why you can see the images are taking time to load. Yeah, but if I go back to a different section, maybe the skills, you can see, because I don't have images there, services. So I can even go back to Netlify now, this section here, and go to the settings options, and let me just go back to the deploy settings. There is a section where you are directed to the site settings so that you'll be able to change the name. Let me just go back. To Aluku, which is my name. So if I come here, yeah, it's domain settings. So inside these domain settings, you can is it really domain settings? So you go back, site settings, not domain settings. There is change site name, so I can call it portfolio. I don't know if this is available. I can just call it a look of portfolio. That. So this is available. So you can now visit this. So it's loading. Internet is very slow. So you can see the URL is now changing to alookportfolio.netlify.app. So thank you very much for this guys taking your time to watch this tutorial. I have spent more than 4 hours, if I'm not wrong, seated here trying to go through the creation process of this application, and I've made a lot of mistakes, but I've also fixed them. I hope you have learned a few things from this tutorial. Thank you for your support. See you next time.